Hello, beautiful people. How are all of you doing today? How do you do, chat? Doing good? Life is great. Why is life great, Kevin? Hello. I'm losing weight. Let's go! I scored 2 kilograms of bread on sale for just 2.5 euros, so I'm doing amazing. Who the fuck quantifies bread in weight? Yeah, doing good. I bought 2 kilograms of bread at the store today. What do you mean? What do you mean? How else would you quantify it? 1 loaf. 1 baguette. 2 baguettes. What do you mean? 2 kilograms of bread.
Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
Loaves have very different sizes? Then say which type of loaf you got. Don't fucking tell me how much... Whatever, man. Good for you. Good for you. Why does this look like a Star Rail event? This looks like Penacony. Not every baguette has the same size? That's true. Some baguettes are bigger than others. How'd you eat? I ate okay, actually. I had a lot of eat. It wasn't, like, particularly high quality eat, but it was high quantity eat. So we take those. Oh, boy. Alright. Let me close a few tabs real quick. Oh.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope.
Oh yeah, there's dev notes we can look at today as well. Mod check fishing event. I wanna do it, man. It sucks? Wow. What is Marissa's talent priority? Is she a 1-10-10 character? No, not at all. Her highest priority talent is her normal attack. Then the burst, then the skill. The skill is the least important. She's not a 10-1-1 character. Like, getting the burst level is important, but if you go 10-1-10, you're fine. Like Neviled? No. Neviled, you're fine with 10-1-1. actual fine or is it Jeff fine? I mean, obviously, you should get it to 6 at least, because it's fucking free to get it to 6. But, like, if you leave it at 6, you're gonna lose out on, like, 30 KDPR, maybe? Probably less than that, actually. By the way, chat, when's the live stream? Wow. This Friday? Oh, in 2 days. That's crazy. So I really should record the IANSAN pre-release today then. Oh yeah! Apparently the voice acting studios did some more fucking shady shit, huh? Bro will not record the pre-release today. Yes, I will! This time it's CN and not EN, really? Wow. I thought it was CNVA, never mind, okay. Narrator, he didn't record the pre-release today. Why do you guys not trust me? When have I ever lied to you? Name me one time. You can't. You can't do it. You can't name me one time. Why did you guys stop typing, by the way? Why is chat? Why are there no new messages in chat? Anyways, you guys can't name me one single time. I wonder if there's something wrong with my internet connection. I don't know why I'm not seeing any messages. Weird. Weird. This could be good. Wait. Wait. Chad, this could be the one. If this roll is crit, it's an as a last roll, it's an 8-liner guaranteed. Please. Dude, that would make my day. Crit. Damn it. It's gonna roll defense, isn't it? No. Let's... Don't roll defense. I mean, I might as well finish it off. Wow. That's impressive. Wow, chat! Another 6-roll feather! My goodness! Who could have seen that one coming?
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome. Thank you for completing today's commission. Ad Astra Abyssosk.
That's a lot of glorps in chat. Anyways, let's start the stream off with some insane, amazing content. Damn, glorp is not a word. That's crazy. We stare. We pound. We zilch. Ooh. I feel like it's like or like this. Wait. We gotta lock in, dude. We gotta lock in. Um. Hmm. What the fuck? What? Oh, dude, that's crazy. Drops on a pudding green. What? Is it just put? I don't know. I'm confused as to what those words are trying to say. Whatever. Change that a Spaniard or German might request. What's the... No. I don't know. Beat handily. Annoying as a younger sibling. Blue expanse. Sky? Pulls a fast one. Clear as a blackboard. Blank. Speaker of the line, you know, no other factory in the world mixes its chocolate by waterfall. Willy. Paranormal gift. I? Perhaps? Okay. This can't be Sky again, right? No idea. Maybe it's not blank. change that a Spaniard or German might request. I don't know. Be handily in slang and start with Y? No, bro, what? I might give up on this mini. This is hard. What the fuck? Maybe it's not. What if this is C and this is Wonka? And then Euros. And then Sky. And then this is not clear as in, like, the state of something that doesn't have things in it, but the act of removing things, erase. And then dupes. Spank. Then pesky, ESP. Okay, dude. Okay, dude. That was a good mini, I agree. Very good mini. Holy. It was a hard one, though. Let's do the Genshin duel. We balls! It's a balls day! Ugh. I need a nap. If there aren't any urgent matters, I'll excuse myself. There has to be someone who's lazy, but, like, not sleepy. This doesn't read as, like, someone who's actually tired. It means it reads as someone who's done with having to work. Damn it. Who else is like that? Ning? Maybe? I don't know. Oh! Wait, what? Ah, I feel like... Okay, whatever. I was wrong, I guess. Is this... Baiju? No. I'm not sure. No. What is this? I have no clue. I'm gonna... Oh? Is that like Sayu? What even is that? Awakening. Isn't that Razor? Dude. How did I remember the name of Razor's Ascension passive? Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh my god. Yeah, it's the one that reduces skill cooldown. I can't. Are you a Razor main? I used to be. I started off as a Razor main. Or sorry, I started off as a Jean main. And then I became a Razor main, and then I became a Bennett main. And then I embraced meta and became a Xiangling main. Map. This is a good day, though. Starting... When it's a balls day... The last balls day was so long ago, by the way. Character released somewhat recently. Really not that recently, but like late 2.x, I'd guess, not 3.x. Yunli's destruction, so it can't be her. That's probably Rappa. Released right before Rappa, most likely. Let's try... Wait, would Buhel be 2 arrows? I feel like he would be, yeah. Oh, he's a Galaxy Ranger, I'm an idiot. Between Buhil and Rappa. Can't be Fei Xiao. I'm pretty sure Fug was released after Rappa. Jade? It's not Erudition. This guy? I think he's Nihility, right? Could be him. Oh, it's Lingsha? Yeah. Alright. Bellabog is far from buried in the snow curtain. This city is the planet's last bastion against the ferocity of the eternal freeze. Is that the fish for Sparkle? I don't think so. I mean, I'll try. No, it's not. What the fuck is the Oceania doing? I have no clue. I'll look at the name. Venison of paper and rights? Huh? What the fuck is a venison? Is that like venison but with like the bee emoji? I don't know what that... I've never seen that word before. What does it mean? What the hell? I don't know, man. I'll guess at random get the ultimate icon. I don't know who that is. Which imaginary characters came out after I stopped caring about Star Rail? Rappa? There's no way Rappa's ult looks like this. No shot. Like, I've seen the ult animation, there's no way that would be the icon for it. Sunday? Oh, this thing kind of looks like what he's got over his head. It might be Sunday. Let's try Sunday. Yeah. Easy clap. Scale. Balance. Sky. Stars. Night. Dark. I don't know, man. Eye. Barge. Bro, what? Oh! Right. 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 Ben! It's not a Ben day. That's fine. Alright. God, today's a big balls day. It's a day for people with big balls. Exactly. That's exactly the words I said. Okay. Geogrid. Sure, we can do the Geogrid. I don't know if I'll add it to the rotation, but whatever. Okay. Coastline greater than 1k kilometers touches the equator. Human index development over 0.65. Is high good or bad? It doesn't say. High good? Okay. Name is 6-letter long and coastline greater than 1k kilometer. I mean, we could have Canada here, or here. Does South Africa touch the coast? It does, right? And it's pretty big, right? Yeah. Alright. We can go Brazil here. Oh, we got a legendary. Insane. Okay, touches the equator is hard for me because, like, I don't know exactly, like, it's been a really long time since I saw a map that had the equator, like, line on it. Like, is Africa all south of the equator, or does the north of Africa touch the equator? I'm not sure. Anyways. Does Ecuador have yellow in the flag? Maybe. It does. Easy clap. Easy clap. Coastline greater than 1K kilometer? Does China touch the equator at its north? I don't know. What about the south of Russia? Probably, right? No? I don't know. Okay. They're both... Wait. You're telling me China is all north of the equator? Dude, okay. Two-dimensional maps of a sphere make it so hard to, like, properly contextualize what's where. Okay? Like, in my mind, wait, let me open Paint, okay? And tell you what the world map looks like in my head, okay? So you've got, like, fucking North America here with Greenland, right? Then it's like this, right? Then there's, like, South America, which goes like this, right? And then you've got fucking sea in here, right? And then here you've got, like, Iceland. And then you've got, like, Europe bullshit here. And you've got, like, Africa here. Right? And then there's, like, Turkey into the Middle East. And then there's, like, more bullshit here. But, like, I'm not sure how this... Wait, let me freeform select. It didn't work. Right, this thing? I'm not sure if it's here or like here or like here. Okay? Like, like, I'm not sure. Just look at a map? No, that's cheating. Anyways, does the US go south enough to touch the equator? Probably not, right? Because countries are not squares, right? Sometimes they have, like, appendages that just go in weird directions pretty far, right? Like, I don't know, maybe there's a fucking... Like, I know Florida's like a cock on the US that goes, like this, you know? So, like, maybe that touches the equator, I don't know. Like... But it probably doesn't. Okay, which one between Iran and Iraq is the one that's south? Or not south, west. I always forget. I always forget which one's the one on the west. 'Cause I feel like that one might touch the equator, perhaps. Maybe it doesn't. I don't know, dude. Too north? Dude! This shit's hard, man. I'm starting to think you don't know where the equator is. Yeah, I think my perception of the, like, vertical position of everything across the ocean from America is, like, shifted way north. Or no, shifted way south. Yeah, shifted way south. I feel like everything's a lot further south than it is. Whatever, we'll get back to touches the equator. Flag with yellow, name is 6 letters long. I gotta think about fucking countries that are 6 letters long, dude. What is 6 letters? What's a yellow flag? Spain, not 6 letters. Germany, not 6 letters. Does Mexico have yellow in it? Barely. Easy clap. Okay. Easy clap. Easy clap. No way that counts. It does. It does. Okay. Flag with yellow has hosted the men's FIFA World Cup. This is difficult for me because I have no idea where the men's FIFA... The only FIFA World Cup I knew about was the one in South Africa. But it's probably been hosted by a bunch of European countries, right? So... Let's try Germany. Yeah. Bunch of European countries. Do you guys think the UK has a human development index over 0.65? Okay. Not bad, chat. We're 7 out of 9 so far. We haven't made a mistake yet. But this is the hard part. It's it touches the equator, man. This shit's too hard for me. Maybe Japan. Maybe, I'm gonna guess Japan. Fuck. Is Japan too north or too south? It's probably too north, right? Too north? How far too north am I? Way too north? Okay, because here's the thing, okay? In my mind, Oceania is like way south of the equator. But I guess it's not. I guess I'm wrong. I guess I'm an idiot. So, if that's the case, I gotta think of a country. Okay, does Australia touch the equator? I feel like there's no shot. There is no shot it does. But maybe right above Australia. Maybe Malaysia does. Does Malaysia have enough coastline? Probably, right? Like, it doesn't have that much area, but it has, like, a lot of coastline. Most of its area is coastline. What about Vietnam? Or Indonesia? I'm gonna guess Indonesia, I think. Okay, let's go! Huge. Huge, 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 huge. And finally... Oh boy. Human Development Index over 0.65. What's a South American country that... maybe not South... I don't know if the countries in Northern South America have a... Because I don't know how good 0.65 is. It might be low enough of a breakpoint that the South American countries can clear it. It's pretty low? Okay. Then we'll guess a South American country. Does Honduras touch the equator? No? Damn it. What's south of Honduras? Does Argentina touch it? Or is that too south? That's too south? Dude. Colombia? Maybe Colombia? Is that not how you write Colombia? Right. Yeah! Let's go! Huge! So we had Brazil, Colombia, Democratic Republic of the Congo, Ecuador, Gabon, Kiribati, Republic of the Congo. Okay, I gotta look at a map. I gotta look at a map, like, right now. World map with equator. What the fuck? The equator is so low. Holy. Bro, I thought the equator was, like, here, man. Jesus. I'm an idiot. That's crazy. You might be thinking of the tropics? Yeah, I guess so. You said Russia? Yeah, I mean, I thought it was here. Like, in my brain, right? Like, this whole thing, right, was, like, shifted down where, like, this was here. Okay? And if that were the case, then maybe some of the, like, eastern parts of Russia could have touched that. That's what... Whatever. It's map distortion that makes the northern countries look further than they actually are. Yeah, it's because 2D maps can't properly convey the position of things on a three-dimensional sphere. You have failed NA education. I mean, it's not that I've never seen a map before. It's not the educational system's fault. I'm just an idiot. I'm really bad at, like, spatial recognition. Do the dimension. Okay, I can make a clock, okay? Trust. Listen, okay? Look. Easy clap. Look at how good I am at drawing a clock. I can't really write the 12 here, but good enough, I guess. I'm not gonna keep going. See? Easy clap. Beating the dementia allegations. Hell yeah. Alright. Let me close paint. Let's start with a clear. Let's start today off with an abyss clear. Some leakers about Skirk, team, archetypes, and Effie. Oh. The new character, Chef Girl, possibly named Akefi or Effie, based on the Chinese transliteration, resembles Pecorine, a character from Princess Connect Redive. You know, I tried watching that at some point, and I could not get into it. I watched, like, the first episode, and it was not it, man. And, like, in order for me not to be able to keep, like, in order for something to be bad enough that I'm not gonna feel like watching your trash isekai, it has to be real bad. It has to be real bad. Anyways, Skirk forms a team with the Chef Girl and Farina, featuring both on-field and off-field modes. She has a special charging mechanic and primarily serves as an on-field DPS. Okay. At the same time, it wasn't bad enough to keep you hate watching. It wasn't popular enough to keep me hate watching. If something's really bad, but it's popular, I'm gonna want to know what exactly brings people to it. So I'm gonna keep watching just to, like, try to understand. But if something's bad and not popular, I don't have that additional incentive, so I'm just gonna drop it. Like Demon Slayer and JJK. Okay, no. I'm a hater for both Demon Slayer and JJK, but they're not, like, completely worthless pieces of media, you know? I don't think they live up to their reputation. But it's clear that it was made at least somewhat competently. You know? Like, there's a difference. There's a difference between something like Demon Slayer and, like, the bottom of the barrel trash isekai. I hate the story in Demon Slayer, but it's still a functional story. It's just somewhat unoriginal. And it struggles from the characters not really being explored in particularly interesting ways. A relatively boring main character with a supporting cast that's either not really developed or outright annoying. Are we talking about solo leveling? No. Solo leveling is a different type of bad compared to Demon Slayer. Because solo leveling doesn't try. Like, that's the main difference. Solo leveling embraces the fact that its story is a generic revenge fantasy. Well, it's not revenge fantasy, but, you know. It embraces the fact that it's a generic, like, dungeon hunter thingy, right? And it doesn't try to separate itself from it. And it doesn't really try to have a compelling... Well, I don't want... That's not the right way to say it. It doesn't... Solo leveling is scared of not having the MC on screen. Yeah, but, like... That's what makes it work, right? Like, I think it's very reasonable to say that a major element of the shortcomings of solo leveling is that it doesn't really explore characters outside of Jinwoo and other characters' relationships with him. But, like, they know that's what they're doing, and they don't really try to change that. Solo leveling is not really that much about its characters or its story. It's about its fights. Can we get some Mob Psycho glazing without spoilers? No, because if I start, I'll never end. To be fair, Jinwoo isn't explored. He's just a dude who wants to get strong and save his mom. I mean, yeah, but, like... I will say... Even though Jinwoo is not a particularly compelling character, I do think he is a competently written one. The problem with the characterization of solo leveling is not Jinwoo. It's the fact that characters don't really feel like they exist outside of the ways in which they relate to Jinwoo. You guys know that fucking I don't know what it's called, but like the like litmus test of like whether a piece of media is sexist or not, of like, are there two female characters that speak to one another about something other than a man? The Bechdel test, right. In Solo Leveling, there are not two characters outside of Jinwoo who speak to one another about something other than Jinwoo. It's like one step further. It's not sexist, it's just characters don't have relationships outside of the one with Jinwoo in Solo Leveling. It's the Jinwoo test, exactly. And to me, that makes the story really uninteresting because it makes it so that the world feels like a static thing that Jinwoo's there to explore. But it doesn't really... The world only reacts when he does things. But that's pretty much the only issue when it comes to the characterization and story problems with Solo Leveling, right? And it's not that it tries to explore other characters and fails, it's that it doesn't bother trying. As much as I don't really care for Solo Leveling, it's not because the one who wrote it didn't manage just to do what they set out to do. It's because what they set out to do is not something I'm interested in. And so I have a lot more respect for Solo Leveling than I do for the fucking trash isekai stuff, you know? Because, like, if anything, I am the target audience for the trash isekai stuff. And when even I can't fucking be bothered watching, it's because it's complete fucking utter garbage. Anyways, and then there's like Demon Slayer and JJK, which have, I'd say, different issues, right? And I dislike Solo Leveling more than I dislike Demon Slayer or JJK. But I respect Solo Leveling more than I respect Demon Slayer or JJK. Because like I said, the shortcomings of Solo Leveling are not a failure to meet expectations that were set. They're just that it wasn't trying to be anything more. But with JJK and with Demon Slayer, I actually do feel like it was a failure to meet expectations that were set. The characterization problems in Demon Slayer aren't because the author didn't bother trying to explore the characters. It's because the ways in which the characters are explored are uninteresting or awful. With JJK, it's not as bad, but I'd say it's a somewhat similar thing. What do you not like about JJK? I think the biggest issue I have with JJK is that I really don't find any entertainment in watching any of Gojo's relationships or fights. Gojo is probably the character that leaves me the least, or that leaves me the most unbothered in all of fiction. I don't think there's a single other fictional character that I care about less than Gojo. Every time he's on screen, I'm just like, okay, whatever. When are we gonna see someone else instead? But the story spends too much time with Gojo. He steals the show? I mean, yeah, but I was watching the show, and he steals it, and he fucking, like, it's like when a fucking random-ass guy goes up on stage when you pay to go watch a comedian you like, alright? You show up, you get there, and then he starts making jokes, but then a fucking random guy in the audience fucking walks up on stage, cuts off his head, and starts making shitty jokes instead. I don't care, man! I didn't pay to watch you! Why are you here? Anyways. I also hate how everyone praises JJK for its female characters when they're not even that well written. I mean, I think if you, like, only look at the opening chapters of JJK, it's actually really good. JJK goes to shit because it doesn't have enough... Okay. The biggest problem in my eyes with JJK is that it rushes into late arcs too early. JJK needs a Chunin exams arc. It's lacking early stages to make us actually care about the main characters. It doesn't have any, like, low stakes moments early on. It rushes into its, like, late stages of its story way too early. And like there's like 1.5 missions that are like normal in JJK before everything goes to shit. It rushes way too much. But like, if you've been here a while, you'll know I'm a massive fucking hater of Naruto Shippuden. But the original Naruto, I think, is a pretty great example of what to do with pacing on a shonen. Like a generic shonen. I think it's paced very well. But yeah, like, in my eyes, JJK needed like 10 more episodes of low stakes missions that developed the relationships between the characters. At least. I would have been okay with 30, but I think it needed at least 10. We didn't get enough time with the main three, yeah. It rushed into... I don't know what to call it, but like... It just rushed way too much. Did you finish JJK? No. I watched seasons 1 and 2 of the anime, but I haven't read ahead. I didn't. Okay, I dropped season 2 the first time I tried watching it, and I only forced myself to watch the rest of it because I wanted to be more elaborate in why I don't like JJK. But yeah, JJK is the sort of stuff that I'll hate watch because it's popular. And it's not even like actual hate watching. I it was still an entertaining show, even if I didn't particularly like it. But yeah. Do you guys recommend JJK? I mean, it's not awful, but when it comes to recommendations, JJK is the sort of stuff that, in my eyes, the main reason to watch JJK is because you want to talk about anime with other people, and they've probably watched JJK too. If you're looking for a show for a reason other than to talk about it with other people, JJK would be really, really low in my list of recommendations. There's so many things that I'd watch over JJK, and that I'd recommend over JJK. But as it turns out, at least for me, talking about things, like talking about media, is a very important part of the ways in which we engage with media. And so there's still a good reason to watch JJK, even if it's not the best thing around. Just because it's popular. Have you watched any of the CW garbage shows like Arrow and Flash? I have, yeah. I watched the first like 5 seasons of The Flash. I don't know how much of Arrow I've watched, but it was a long time ago. What's on your watch list next? What's on your watch next list? Right now, I'm not really watching anything. I'm reading stuff. Do you watch Glee? I never watched Glee. I probably would have liked it if I watched it as a kid, though. Oh well. Oh yeah, I need to watch Invincible. That's true. Oh yeah, The Penguin as well. I heard really good things about The Penguin. I need to watch that too. How much of One Piece have you read/watched? So I read/watched until I'd say like 70% of the Wano arc. But since then, I've more or less kept up with latest chapters by watching Grand Line Review. So I'm aware of what happens after, but I haven't read or watched it. Does Zajef read manhwa? Yeah, I've read, like, probably over 5,000 chapters of manhwa in the past few months. I wonder if I've reached 10,000 chapters yet. The thing is, some manhwas have chapters that are like 2 minutes to read, and some of them have chapters that are like 7 minutes to read. Like, it's not... chapter length is not standardized. Do you prefer manhwa over manga? Actually, I would say yeah, I do. I think it's because the digital reading experience is a lot better for vertical strip than it is for pages. And I read on my laptop. So I tend to like manhwa a lot more than manga. When it comes to like the format. What's the difference? Instead of it being multiple panels, organized in a way where it's like gonna fit in a page and another page, and you just flip the pages, it's just a vertical strip, and it allows for some different stuff, where sometimes you have like a really long strip. But it's just that in general, if you have the full 2 pages spread of a traditional manga on your screen all at once, it's too small to be able to read it well. But if you don't have everything, you've got to like scroll down, but like it's not made to be scrolled through, right? Like the composition of the pages is done with the assumption that you can see the whole page at once, because in physical media you can. And so reading it digitally tends to be kind of annoying. Manga has a lot more artistic freedom by doing that. I mean, I wouldn't say it has more artistic freedom. It's just the artistic techniques that are used are different. But it's optimized for the reading experience through physical media, not digital media. Whereas manhwa is almost always organized for, like, to min-max the experience of reading on digital media. Have you ever watched Don Machi? Yeah. Don Machi is like... is the sort of show that isn't trying to be anything more than harem garbage. I struggle to enjoy stuff like Danmachi because the harem elements are just too big of a part of the plot, and you're just sitting there like, man, fucking hell. I like Belle as a character. I feel very neutral about Belle. I think he's kind of just whatever. He's fairly generic, but he's not particularly unlikable in my eyes. Like, he's not the fucking bumbling idiot harem isekai MC, at least. That, like, character trope I cannot fucking stand. The, like, bumbling idiot that doesn't realize people are interested in him. Like, I can't fucking take it, man. Like, that shit just makes me cringe so much. I can't. I can't. Like, I actually cannot watch shit with that, with MCs like that. What do you think of ReZero Subaru? I like Subaru. In the sense that, like, I like to hate on Subaru. Subaru is a great example of an author that understands what makes so many isekai MCs unlikable, and rather than trying to stay away from that, they embrace that their protagonist is unlikable, and they make their protagonist suffer as a result of the sort of behavior that makes them unlikable. ReZero would not be as good if Subaru was a likable character. Subaru being a relatively generic isekai MC with a sort of annoying behavior that you see on a lot of isekai characters is the only reason why it's so fun to watch him get completely fucked by his circumstances. It creates a certain conflict within you between the feeling of, oh my god, he's in so much pain, I feel bad for him, and oh my god, thank goodness he didn't get away with that shit. Subaru is a character that grows but also doesn't, right? Like, it's not like Subaru makes mistakes, learns from his mistakes, and becomes a better person as a result. It's that Subaru uses trial and error to get the results that he wants. But he doesn't really ever, at least so far in the anime, properly go through the sort of character growth that makes him understand how to behave better. But if he did, you'd start feeling too bad for him. So it's good that he doesn't. feel like he did now. I think the show, and I haven't watched anything since like the break, so I haven't watched the like second half of season 3 at all yet. But up until before the break, Subaru gains confidence in himself, but I feel like he doesn't become a better person. He just gets a better understanding of how strong he is and how much he can do.
Place in my heart.
Hi. It's fine. Right now we're yapping about anime. We'll get to leaks later, but right now we're not talking about leaks. But yeah, Subaru grows as a fighter and as a planner and as a schemer, but he doesn't grow as a person. And I'm looking forward to see what sort of situation is going to force him to grow as a person. He absolutely does. Does he though? Like how? How has he grown as a person so far? When does he display any sort of maturity? Like, in my eyes, every display of growth that he's done so far isn't he understood, like, the ways in which he had shortcomings and addressed those shortcomings. It's he tried something, it didn't work, he went back in time and he tried the other thing. Right? It's not that he got better at dealing with situations, he just tried something else because he knew that he had failed before with the with his initial choice. What's your top 3 manhwa? That's a good question. Most of the manhwa I read, I end up getting through really quickly without stopping too much to think about individual chapters and the themes and all that. And there aren't that many manhwas that have actually, like, given me some or the sort of enjoyment that I get from media that makes me think. I'd say something I read a few months ago, Charlotte's Letter, is something that made me think and that I really liked. It's a story about a maid in, I don't know, in the 18th century or something, who knows how to read and write because she loves books. And it's something that most people of that class don't know how to do at that time. And she's hired by the sister of her boss to spy on her boss and send her letters about what's going on. Anything more than that is spoiler territory, but it's a really, really interesting mystery manhwa, and I liked it quite a bit. Does it tap into workplace romance? There are some romance elements, but they're very much a minor focus of the show, of the manhwa. Which is something I really liked. It didn't treat the romantic elements as the focus of the show, but also it didn't treat the romantic elements as the conclusion of the show. Right? A lot of stories that have a romance subplot treat the conclusion of the romantic relationship as a conclusion of the story, but it didn't feel like that story did that, which I really liked. Do you like shows that are primarily romance? Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. But I don't like that every fucking show that has any sort of romantic element has romance as such an important part of the plot. Anyway, so there's Charlotte's Letter. Something that I read recently, I liked a decent amount. It's called I'll Save This Damn Family. I don't know how to feel about the later half of it. Season 1 was amazing. Season 2 was a bit disappointing. Season 2 shifted a lot more into romance. But the season 1 is like 105 chapters. Season 2 is like 40. And it's on hiatus right now for season 3 onwards, right? I didn't like season 2 as much, but it didn't really have a satisfying conclusion, right? It went on hiatus because of the artist, not because it was a good stopping point in the story. So you didn't get any of the payoff for the emotional developments of the romantic plot. So I'm holding off on my negative judgments of the romance plot. Until the series resumes. But at the very least, the first like 100-ish chapters are really good. I will say, okay, so one of the things that I thought was really nice. So okay, if you read manhwa, if you read shoujo manhwa specifically, you've probably seen a lot of stories of like characters reincarnated, and a relatively common trope is being reincarnated into the body of someone who's like lazy and overweight, and then they just lose the weight instantly and become a fucking matchstick. And it's presented as a like, ooh, they have reached the perfect body, ooh. And I really liked that story. I'll Save This Damn Family. The character gets reincarnated into the body of an overweight, I don't know how old she is, like 18-year-old-ish woman? No, 16, whatever. And she does lose weight, but for a pretty long time, it's presented in a relatively realistic way, and she's not trying to be a matchstick either. And she gets, like, at some point, after losing a bunch of weight, she outright says, like, I don't want to lose anymore. I'm at my right weight right now. And at that point, she doesn't look like a matchstick. She looks like a slightly muscular, a bit on the heavier side woman. It looks like on the heavier side of a healthy weight. But then she gets sick and loses all the weight. And that shit pissed me off, okay? And now she looks like a matchstick. Okay, like, fuck, man! It's like the author tried to have their cake and eat it too. It's like they tried to send a body positive message, but also have a matchstick character. And like, to me, that's just tragic. And it hasn't really been addressed as, like, we haven't really had any hints so far that she's gonna try to regain any weight. And I think it's tragic because she looked so much better at her target weight than she does in the later chapters. Anyways. Let's do an Abyss run. Have you read any of the mangas that are seen as the greats? Like Berserk, Vagabond Kingdom? I haven't really read any of that, no. I don't know if I want to, honestly. I was thinking of reading, what's it called? Yosugoi? What's it called again? I think it's... It's like a gambling manga with like 300, 400 chapters. That people say is really good. It gets No. Yes. Usugoi. I don't know how you're supposed to pronounce it. Whatever. I heard good things about that recently, and I wanted to read it. The problem is, I've also heard that it's pretty ass for the first 200 chapters, and it gets really good after that. So I don't know how I don't know if I have the patience for that. One Piece moment? Nah, it's not like One Piece. The thing about One Piece is that I think the animation in the early episodes is very, very dated. Like, it looks old. But outside of visually, I think One Piece is pretty good from the start. It's not a story that, like, is bad at the starts and gets good at some point. It's a story that is consistently pretty good and builds upon the good aspects and develops the characters in a way where the more of it you read, the better you feel like it is. That's why people say that One Piece gets good later on. It's not because it's bad at the start, it's because it's like okay at the start, but it keeps being at least okay for a really long time. And it builds upon what it did so far very well. And it keeps doing that for a really long time. There's a few arcs that are misses. In the middle of it. But even the, like, quote-unquote bad arcs aren't that bad. Except Whole Cake. Whole Cake was ass. Ass. Usopp is still a whiny loser to me. Yeah, but that's how he's supposed to be. We love our whiny loser. He's a boy failure, exactly. Okay. Who should we play? Let's do... He's like, you stall more than Big Z. Usually it's not as bad. Today we did some pretty intense stalling. I don't like when Sanji is just another pervert. Yeah. The, like, pervert character trope is by far the worst part of One Piece. Both Sanji and Brooke, every time there's a fucking one-liner joke about them being perverts, I'm like, dude, shut up, man. Shut up. Jesus Christ, shut up. Is IANSAN C6 an upgrade over Bennett C6 from Mawika Sitlali Shiloden team? Doesn't seem like it, but she's an upgrade over Shilonen, and a pretty big one at that. C2 Shilonen. I'm not sure. I think she might still be an upgrade over C2 Shilonen. I don't think she's an upgrade over C2 or 1 Shilonen, but if it's just C2, it's at least like really, really close. Yeah, Yansan's is a 4-star. Why didn't you get Ayaka? I didn't really feel like it. What about Yansan versus Bennett in the Kinichi Imididea? Gonna be a downgrade as well. Actually, it was a downgrade with Mawika, but it might not be a downgrade with Dea. I guess I'll take a look at that. We can look at that now, actually. Sure. Yeah, I did some Balatro stuff yesterday. It's fine. We can close this sheet. It's not necessary. I did some non-inf, unseated non-inf stuff yesterday. Well, it's pseudo unseated. It's like I use the brainstorm mod, which like filters seeds so that you can start with a specific setup. So instead of having to reset 8 hours to find the start you want, you can just start with that immediately. And it's just per KO first skip tag is Mega Arcana, and there's a per KO in it. And I was just doing that, and it was pretty fun. Anyways, so, this was Arlecchino stuff, Gaming, Shao, Mawika, I think. Bennett, Mawika, Yansan. I think this was Kenichi, yeah. Yeah, this was Kenichi. Okay, so let's take a look at Bennett, Dea. I guess you wanted to look at Bennett, Dea, Emily, right? So wait, I should start from one that already has Emily. Yeah. Okay, so we'll take a look at this in a minute. Let's open up Kenichi. Actually, I don't think I need to do this. Okay, so with Dea, Saxor Dea, what do we get? This is going to be adapted from Mawika, so without Mawika, what do we lose? We lose okay, I think this was Deepwood Emily, right? 15, yeah. So, this is going to be Reverie Emily, Deepwood Daya, so no more Cinder City, so we lose the 40% from Cinder City. And because we don't need to Mawika Burst post Bennett Burst, we spend more of our Bennett uptime on Kinich. So we get one more of these, and one more of these, and we don't get this. Is there? So this is the team. And then we can take a look at how it changes with Emily, Daya, IANSAN, C2. With this one, we get... So we lose Power Resonance. Why did I not have Power Resonance? Oopsies. Weird. So, we don't have Power Resonance anymore. And we don't have Bennett's... Wait a second. Oh, I'm Cornge. This was... What the fuck was that? Did I copy a sheet that didn't have Bennett in it? I did. I'm an idiot. It's fine. It's fixed now. That was... Yeah. I'm corned as fuck, man. There we go. This is what it's supposed to be. Alright. But I forgot... Deathmatch. There we go. Why does she have so much more attack percent? What was this 10% from? Sans, Noblesse, 2-piece, Power Resonance, Deathmatch. Substats. Sans, Noblesse. Substats. Power Resonance. Oh yeah, it was average Noblesse buff because it's not 100% uptime, that's why. Alright. And then the burst stuff is also generally going to be without Noblesse damage. No, not really. Well, some of it. Okay. Anyways, let's copy this now. Okay, so we lose Power Resonance. We lose Bennett attack buff. We lose Noblesse. We gain IANSAN buff. IANSAN C2. Cinder City. Slight upgrade. Interesting. Yeah, so with the Milani, or with the Mawika team, it's not an upgrade because... Because of Cinder City. You already have Cinder City. So getting IANSAN doesn't give you more Cinder City stuff. But with if with Daya instead of Mawika, you don't start from Cinder City. Which means you gain Cinder City, and that is better. Okay. And then C6. IANSAN, also a bit more of this, and some more damage percent. And it's a pretty noticeable increase. C2 is like kind of a side grade, but it's probably better in practice because wait, actually. There might be a problem with this. I have to figure out how your timing is gonna go. Because you can't really do Daya before IANSAN. If you do, IANSAN will be able to get a quicken. She needs to trigger Overload 3 times in order to get... Or she needs to apply Electro 3 times in order to break the aura. But Daya is gonna refresh... Well, Daya might not refresh the Burning Aura, actually. I have to check something. Because if you don't break it, you might be fine. Let's put Emily, Daya, and Fischl. The problem here is Fischl's A4 might hit before Daya, which would make things weird. Does C2 Daya ruin that team because of the extended duration? It probably doesn't. Let me get sack weapons, so I don't have to wait out cooldown for my testing. Okay, so we do get a quicken with this, but it might be because of some interactions with Fischl hitting before Daya, so I need to double check something. Let's try... Okay, what's an Electro character that can apply Electro 3 times in quick succession that is not Fischl? Sack, Dory? I don't have C1. Wait, do I have C1?
Come on, let's go. There's a fortune to be made.
Wait, I do have C1. Okay. Let's try that then. I didn't realize I had C1. Interesting. Does IANSAN do ECAQ for her combo? By default, yes. I think her... Is it her C2? That allows her to do just EQ. You don't need to do the charge attack. Okay, it seems like it's gonna work, probably. But that might be because... It might be because our timing was different because we didn't wait for him to get up before we started. So let's try to wait for him to get up before we start. Yeah, we didn't get a quicken here because our Daya E hit between our second and third app, which ruins things. So I'm not entirely sure if it'll work. Yeah, right, like we're... Oh, we got one here. It hit at the right time. Worst case scenario, you can just not use the E before IANSAN and use the E after IANSAN. That's always something you can do. To be entirely sure if you need to do that, I'll have to test when she comes out, though. Because the timing for IANSAN will be exactly the same as Dory, you know? But a pretty major upside of a team like this is that you don't have to deal with Bennett buff, which is really nice. So I'll be right back. I'm back! Alright. I feared at the correct time, true. Does IANSAN buff the Shanyan plunge teams with Bennett when you on-field Bennett? Yeah, but it's probably not better than just using an off-fielder that does damage. When you play Plunge Bennett, an important part of what makes Plunge Bennett a good team is that he can use one E between each plunge, which generates a lot of energy. But you can only do that in the vape teams, not the melt teams. In melt teams, you can't. So Plunge Bennett with Citlali is kind of sus to begin with. And then
my people are used to the desert life, but still, I hope that one day they'll...
If you're gonna play a vape team, you have some really good second hydro options, like Yelan and Singto, that are gonna end up having a lot of damage and increasing Farina's damage by a lot by reducing her ER requirements. And so, guards! And so, IANSAN will probably be a downgrade over that. Anyways, yeah, I still haven't done a single Abyss clear. Let's do one Abyss clear before we start fucking IANSAN pre-release. You're looking at IANSAN personal damage before, right? Yeah. It's like, meh. The biggest reason is because since her buff is based on her total attack, not her base attack, you want to build attack percent, which reduces the amount of crit and damage percent you can get on her artifacts. And so despite having, like, okay-ish motion value that's, like, somewhat similar to what Sarah has, she'll do less damage than Sarah. Because with Sarah, you can build crit and damage percent without a problem. Taser Ayato, please. I want to see you suffer. The thing is, Ayato's actually not bad in this Abyss. It's a good Abyss for Ayato. I can play with Taser Ayato. I don't mind. Let's do TF Ayato. Yeah, ha ha ha. Oh, right. I can use this, I guess. I wish I had like really good off-piece sends I could use. But all my off-piece sends are like similar in quality to my onset sends. Tragedy. Oh well. I put her on sack earlier. Let's do this. Oron? We could do Oron, but I'd rather do Fischl. Actually, you know what? No, I'm down to use Oron. You're right. That sounds like a plan. Why do you use Lion's Roar? Because what else am I going to use? My sword options are scuffed. It's Lion's Roar, or Blackcliff, or Aquila. That's it. Other than that, I have Umbrella, Sack Sword, Fav Sword, Festering, Cinnabar Spindle, Sapwood. None of these are good. Nothing else is leveled. Level the issue? True, we do have Beto, but no, I can't be bothered. Should we go Sack? Should we go Fav? I'm gonna go Iron Sting. I don't care, dude. We have so much energy generation in this team. We don't need the Fav. Lugi. I know that's not true. I know we need the Fav, but it's fine. Second side, what should we do? Yesterday we played Dea. What should we do today? Maybe it's time to do some melt chevreuse. Maybe that's what we do. No, I don't. If I had her C4, I'd think about it, but without it, it's probably a little too sus. Mel Chow? No. We're gonna play an actual team, I think. DPS Emily. That actually kind of sounds fun. Maybe that's what we do. Actual team, he says. Wait, am I an idiot? I don't have a good Reverie set on Emily. I shouldn't have her on Deepwood. I'll just have her on Emblem then. need Fav? Probably. And then last slot for Rena? No. Last slot, Seat Lolly. That's what we gotta do. 100%. Oh boy. What am I doing and what is wrong with me? Oops, wrong character. Oh no, I got cryo aura. Let me eat, please. Let me. Oh my god. Huge! Alright. How scuffed is this shit gonna be, man?
Show no mercy. You two. A little ambiance. Neutralize. Going in. Fulfill our path. Suffer them. This will brighten up the place. Teamwork is dreamwork. A little ambiance. Show no mercy.
Oh no! I don't have Venom buff! Fuck!
Everybody stand back.
Why did I E?
This will brighten up the place. Let's light it up. Teamwork is dreamwork. Suffer the wrath of a little ambiance. Going in. Nice and spicy.
Oh. I didn't know GC said Teams came with footage. User. Oh my god, what the fuck is going on here? Alright.
Neutralize. Teamwork is dreamwork. Eat this. After I hit, it's fulfill our path. You two. Russian floral. Yeah. Going in. Let's light it up.
Why did I eat? Whatever.
Nice and spicy. Eat lolly. Eat papa. Everybody stand. This will brighten up the place. Get them. You're toast. Get to work. You two. Time to end them. Teamwork is extract.
Huge. I'm mad that my Kanishim didn't make it in time, but this does. True.
Mind the danger. No residue.
Am I dead? Oh, he was not in range. That's
The birds fall.
Shadow Wing.
Cascade.
what?
Kamisato Art. Suiyu.
I summon thee. Power that ended up.
Midnight Bend. Fallen leaves. Adorn me still.
Beto dealing more damage than Naito? Yeah. You got a problem with that?
Recall.
Five! Jesus Christ.
Going in. Fulfill our path. Suffer the
Let's pick up the pepper.
Everybody stand back. Let's light. Show no mercy. You
Little TDDS Changling this time. Pick up the pepper. Use burst.
up the place. Going in. Fulfill our
Don't think we have TDDS here, but it's fine. Pick up the pepper, but this time we'll wait for the Bennett buff.
Everybody stand back. Get them. Russian floral. Get to work. You two. Time to end them.
Huge. Huge. That was surprisingly peak. Yeah, I mean, Changeling's pretty good. You know, I wonder what society would look like if Emily snapshotted. In a team like this, right? If she snapshotted instead of 46, instead of 26k DPS. She'd be at 38k. Like, man. If only she snapshotted. If only she snapshotted. It's okay though. It is what it is. I don't want another Bennett slave, true. The thing is, she's played in teams with Bennett anyways. Alright, let's do another one. Who should we do now? We can play some more carry melee on the first side this time. I think I'll do Skyward Spine instead of Jadewing Spear, though. I kind of want the ER. But my crit rate is a little low with this. Maybe I go crit rate Circlet. But this is such high quality. I guess this isn't bad. Or I could just go this one. Go off piece, but no. Nah, whatever. I'll just stay on this. Maybe I just use Deathmatch and accept it. How is Zeke's doing with the challenge? He decided to go with, like, the worst of the team first. It was not going too well when I left yesterday. I don't know if he managed to get it done. But yeah, because the thing is, there's only so many good supports. Which means that you're gonna have to have some teams that just don't have good supports. And it's rough when that's what you do. You can get through the gravity boss, I see. Man. Okay, let's do Farina this time. And what should the last one be? Do we do Shangling or do we do someone else? We could do Kazuha for the grouping, but it's gonna be a little sus for this. I think I'll just do Shangling. No Venti and Venti Abyss? I've played enough Venti, honestly. Alright, what do we do second side? Asuka Mono Animo. That sounds not fun. Why would anyone want to do that? Oh goodness. Maybe he probably does more damage than Raiden this team. I wonder if that's true. It might be, yeah. Maybe I should just do Fab on field melee. Like in burst every 13.5 seconds. Maybe not, though. Probably not. You have key for Farina? Nope. Why do you want me to play Chaska Mono Animo? That's a bad team. Was that Plunchilonin? You know, I wonder if Plunchilonin could actually be good. Not like Geo Plunchilonin, but like using Shilonin with Bennett Zitlali. I wonder how it would compare to the Luke. Cause her base stats are lower and her plunge multiplier is lower, but she gets shred. It's probably worse. But I wonder how much worse. Geo plunge. I can't really do it anyways, cause not level 1. And I don't really wanna waste more on this. I don't have that much. 1.0 team. Without Bennett Ling, what sort of 1.0 team could I make? Taser? But second side against this? I don't know. I could do Taser first side, but second side is a little sus. Yeah, I feel like Bennett is just so good against this one, because every team that has Cryo is a team that wants Bennett. So it really limits your options when you use Bennett first side in this Abyss. We want plunge. Maybe we can do some weird plunge stuff. Like... something like this. That might be a little questionable, though. But anyways. The problem is in a team like this, Citlali doesn't get Cinder City. Because Rosario wipes the aura. And if you go on Citlali first, you can't give TTDS to Arlecchino anymore. There's like no good way of doing this. But I want to have a cryo. A second cryo, because I want to do like N3 JP Arlecchino. Or like N2 JP Arlecchino maybe is better. Citlali sack Shannon TTDS. But you can't get the TTDS from Shannon to Arlecchino unless you swap to Shannon after the cryos, which means you're not getting Pyro Swirl. I guess we just give up on TTDS. No. That's too sus. I'm trying to go too far with this. Let's stop. Let's stop now. I don't care about the masses, okay? I'm not doing Superconduct in single target. And I already have my first side team. Fine, I'll do superconduct. Let's do Clara and superconduct. I wonder if TDDS or Sackfrog is better in a team like this. Probably Sackfrog. Because you're not doing 20-second rotations, you're doing shorter than that. What did I eat? Eee, almost dead. Alright. Is Emily better than Child on this team? Probably. Alright. Probably should have Petra on Chilonen, but it's fine. Hello? Oh.
Shoot on sight. Wings of darkness. Get to work. Suffer the wrath of
Did I not give her sack? Or did I just get unlucky?
odds. Show no mercy.
I just got unlucky.
You two.
Shoot on sight. Midnight Phantasm.
Fulfill our pact. Show no mercy. Lava
Into the shadows.
time to testify. Shadow Raven. Get to work. You two. Time.
Moving.
Oh boy. Oh, skill damage is actually kind of good for Emily, isn't it? Well, whatever.
Everybody stand back. This will brighten up the place. Echoing song. Stop that. Let's light it up. Teamwork is dreamwork. A little ambiance. Nice and spicy. Strike a pose. Let the world come alive. Going in. Let's light it up. This will
Am I dead here? I might die. No.
Fresh and floral.
damage there.
Teamwork is dreamwork. This'll brighten up the place. Nice and spicy. Showing you
Alright. How much time was that? Kinda slow.
fulfill our pact. Show no mercy. Suffer. Hunt them down. Wings of darkness. Hear the echoes of the valley. Bring it. Fulfill our pact. Get to work. You two.
Evil will shoot on sight. Midnight Venta.
Fulfill our pact. Show no mercy. Suffer the wrath.
Ready.
Hunt them down. Midnight Venta. You two. Time.
Into the shadows.
Why is this working? It's not really working. Like, this isn't particularly good. It took us 4 rotations to kill that guy, but it's like, it's enough.
A little ambiance. Echoing song. Strike of teamwork is dreamwork. This'll brighten up the place. Eat this. Time to shine. Going in. A little ambiance. Showing you. Let's light it up. Let the world come alive. Teamwork is dreamwork. Fresh and floral.
Okay. Finally. Bennett on Deepwood now.
Get to work. Fulfill our pact. Suffer the.
Time to testify.
Wings of darkness. Show no mercy. You two. Time to.
Loaded. Hunt them down.
Shadow Raven. Get to work. Eat Laline. Eat Papa. Get.
Into the shadows.
Oh, fuck you.
Fulfill our pact. You
It's
two.
fine.
Evil will shoot on sight.
Midnight Big Cat. Bring it. Show no mercy. Suffer the wrath.
Loaded.
Easy clap. Steve would go crazy on floor 2. True. The masses of 1? Yeah. Alright, no more of this garbage. Yeah, I think it's time for the pre-release. Everyone say hi to YouTube. Hello, beautiful people, and welcome. Hi to the IANSAN pre-release analysis, and boy, do we have things to say. IANSAN is a 4-star character that's coming next patch, and it's been a while since we've had a character that's going to have an impact on the meta as big as IANSAN. So, what does she do? She's a 4-star Electro Polearm character whose kit can pretty much be boiled down to benevolent. No, it's like... Right, let me make this a little smaller. Editors can adjust the size of it anyways. IANSAN's whole kit is designed around her ability to provide characters with attack buffs, which is why a lot of people have been calling her the second coming of Bennett. Does she actually compete with Bennett? Does she replace him in any teams? Is she an upgrade? Well, let's talk about that. So, first off, base HP, 10.6k, 10,657. Base defense, 638. When it comes to defensive stats, this is a bit on the low side, but as we're gonna see, she's not a character on which you want to spend a lot of time, so that doesn't really matter too much. Base attack, 257. Attack ascension, 24%. Now, if you've watched another pre-release before, in pretty much every pre-release, I mentioned the fact that the base attack in a vacuum doesn't really matter too much, because in order to deal damage, you have to multiply the amount of attack that you have by the numbers on your talents. And so, in order to know how much damage you're doing, you need to take a look at the attack and the motion value, the numbers on your talent. So the attack by itself doesn't tell you anything about how much damage a character is doing. IANSAN provides a buff based on her attack, which means that her base attack matters a lot more. And her base attack is about on the average side when it comes to 4-star characters. If you compare her to the 1.0 4-star characters, it's a bit higher than average. We're going to do a lot of comparisons to Bennett in this video. So, Bennett has 191 base attack. She has 257. It's a bit more. And yeah, attack percent ascension. And as we're going to see, her buff is not based on her base attack like Bennett. It's based on her total attack, which means the attack percent ascension matters. It matters a lot. So, let's talk about what she does. Her normal attacks are just same as usual, not all that impactful. However, when she's in her Night Soul state, she has a special charge attack that deals electro damage. Her skill, Thunderbolt Rush. IANSAN charges forward a certain distance, dealing Night Soul aligned electro damage to all opponents in her path. It has a cooldown of 16 seconds, so you use it once per rotation. And the damage numbers on it, talent level 9, 486. Talent level 12, 572. We can contextualize that with the numbers on other characters that aren't really designed for their personal damage. I think the best comparison is going to be Sarah here. So, if you look at the numbers on Sarah's stuff, right, it's about 200 on the skill, 250 at talent level 12. And then the burst is about 700 plus the damage over time, or the multi-hit numbers. Overall, Sarah does like 1200-ish, 1300-ish motion value at talent level 9 in total. IANSAN's kill is about 500. IANSAN's burst is about 700, so it's a relatively similar amount of motion value. So keep that in the back of your mind for now. Her personal damage is going to be somewhat similar to what you can expect out of Sarah if you're building her the same way you build Sarah. But you won't. So let's finish talking about the skill so we can get to that. After this skill is used, IANSAN will regain 54 Night Soul points. That's her Night Soul limit, so she fills up her Night Soul bar. And enters the Night Soul's Blessing state. Within 5 seconds after this, using a normal attack will trigger one quick, swift Stormlight. So after using your skill, you can do the special charge attack that does electro damage, and it won't consume stamina. That Swift Stormlight's damage is around 150 motion value. It's pretty low. The reason why you want to use it is not because of its damage, it's because it gives you a buff, so we'll take a look at that in a second. Then you've got the explanation of her Night Soul's Blessing, and her Night Soul's Blessing doesn't do anything, pretty much. Her Night Soul's Blessing by itself is just an exploration ability. And you can consume Night Soul to go faster, and that's pretty much it. That being said, her burst gives you an additional buff based on how much Night Soul you have. And so her Night Soul is still very, very relevant, but it's not the Night Soul itself that's doing it. So let's talk about the burst, which is honestly the big thing in her kit. So, the 3 principles of power. IANSAN's stomping foot shatters the very earth with power, dealing Night Soul aligned AoE electro damage. She then whips out her limited edition kinetic energy scale for workouts. When this skill is used, IANSAN will gain 15 Night Soul points and enter the Night Soul's Blessing state. So she enters the Night Soul's Blessing state from the Q, just like she enters it from the skill. But she only gains 15 Night Soul points instead of 54. Another important thing is that if she uses her skill and then swaps out without using burst, from what I've seen, it looks like she loses the Night Soul's Blessing. So that's going to affect certain, like, which setups you can do. It's going to mean you can't do your skill, then swap out, then come back to use burst. This is just something to keep in mind. But if you swap out after burst, you keep it. When the kinetic energy scale leaves the field, the IANSAN's Night Soul state will end. It's on the field for 12 seconds. Kinetic energy scale. The kinetic energy scale will follow the character around, boosting the attack of your current active party member in different ways based on IANSAN's Night Soul points. If IANSAN has less than 42 Night Soul points, the attack bonus will be based on her Night Soul point and attack. If IANSAN has at least 42 Night Soul points, the kinetic energy scale will switch to the Ardent support state, in which the attack bonus will be stronger and based on her attack alone. So basically, if you're above 42 Night Soul, and again, her Night Soul limit is 54, so above about 80% Night Soul, you give an attack buff. And if you're below that, you still get an attack buff, but it's lower. And the lower Night Soul you have, the lower the attack buff. But between 80% and 100, it's still the same. Additionally, the scale will log the distance your current active character, excluding IANSAN, has moved, so long as it is active, restoring Night Soul points to IANSAN every second based on the distance moved in the previous second. In other words, the more your characters move, the more she regenerates her Night Soul. She consumes 6 Night Soul per second at base, out of 54. But the more you move on your active character, the more that offsets the consumption. And on some characters, if you move enough, you'll even be able to gain more Night Soul than you lose. The scale will disappear once her Night Soul's Blessing ends, and it will also disappear after 1 second out of combat, whatever. And yeah, here's where it says it. While it's active, so during your burst, IANSAN's Night Soul Blessing state doesn't end even when you swap out, right? If the burst isn't active, your Night Soul's Blessing does end when you swap out. So if you skill, then swap out, then back to her and to burst, you're only gonna have 15 Night Soul points from this, from the 15 you gain from casting burst, and you'll have lost the 54 you got from using skill. So, what are the numbers on this? Usually, I use talent level 9 to look at damage, but when it comes to abilities that most people are going to end up crowning on supports, outside of the damage, I use talent level 10 for things. So let's take a look at the sort of buff you can expect at talent level 10. At maximum, it's 690. You get 27% of IANSAN's attack as an attack buff if you're above 42. And if you're at 42 or below, it's 0.5 per 9 soul points. So, if you're at 42 or higher, right, it's just 27% of her attack. If you're at 40, it's 0.5 times your 9 soul. So it's 20%. 20, 10%. That being said, it's capped out, and the cap doesn't change when you go below 42. What that means is that if you have a lot of attack, enough to cap your attack buff above 42 and more, so let's say you end up with 4,000 attack, right? So we have attack, we have IANSAN, attack, Night Soul, and buff. So if you somehow end up with 4,000 attack, which, I mean, we'll get into that. 4,000 is a lot. You're not really going to get that, but we can still take a look at it. If you have 50 Night Soul, right? Going to be minimum of, or if, no, yeah. Minimum of 690, and if this is greater than 42, 27% of this, otherwise 0.5% times this times this. I forgot a parenthesis. There we go. So at 4,000 attack, if you have 50 Night Soul, you get the full buff. But because you have so much attack, at 40 Night Soul, you still get the full buff. And you have to go down to like 30, 35-ish, 34-ish, to stop getting it. Right? But in order to properly look at how her attack and how her buff is going to progress based on her Night Soul, we need to figure out how much attack she's going to have. And that's where the base attack comes in. So, 257 base attack. And so base attack, 257. 57. You're also going to have a weapon, so that's her own base attack is 257, but how much do you get from your weapon? For now, we'll talk about Favonius Sword, or Favonius Lance. IANSAN's personal damage, while not completely terrible, as we're going to see, because she has to build a lot of attack in order to maximize her buff, she builds less crit, she builds less damage percent than a character like Sarah, so it's not really that big of a nuke. And you also often end up using her abilities before you get your buffs rather than after, which means she doesn't do that much damage, so building for damage isn't necessarily the best. So you want to build for utility, you want to maximize your buff, and Favonius Lance has high base attack, the highest you can get on a 4-star weapon outside of the exceptions with Ali Flash and Wavebreaker's Fin, which are 620 base attack 4-star weapons. But this is like the default high base attack for a 4-star weapon, which is really nice. If you looked at Bennett build options at any point, you might already know that Fav isn't that great of an option on Bennett because it has really, really low base attack. But Fav Lance, unlike Fav Sword, is a high base attack main stat instead of a low base attack. If you want to have more attack, you can also use either a 5-star weapon or the most recent event weapon, Torch, that at R5 gives you 40% attack with the same main and substat as Fav. But for now, we'll take a look at Fav, and we'll also take a look at Torch. But either way, it's 565 base attack on there. Now, how much attack percent do you have? Well, by default, if you build full attack, that's 46.6% on the main stat, times 3. For 3 main stats. And then you have whatever substats you have on your Flower and Feather. On Flower and Feather, if you're only looking for attack percent, you'll be able to get a lot. For now, I'm going to assume you go offset on one of the two between Flower and Feather, because we're really just trying to see, like, if you focus only on attack, how much you're going to get. And getting an attack main stat on Sands, Goblet, and Circlet isn't that difficult. So you'll be able to get an attack main stat on all 3 of those, and the quality of the artifact won't change the amount of attack you have that much, because you can only get flat attack in the substats for those. Which means that your off-piece is, if you're trying to maximize her attack only, most likely going to be Flower or Feather. And if you go off-piece on one of them, it can be more, because you probably have a lot of attack on at least one piece on your account. So let's say you get like 20 to 25 on your on piece and 25 to 30 on your off piece. Let's say you get about 50% attack from Flower plus Feather. Maybe 45. Then you got flat attack, 311 from Feather, and then you get a few substats. They're like 18-ish attack per. I'm just gonna round it to 20. If you're only focused on attack, no stat is good other than flat attack. So you'll be able to get more than usual. It's kind of like how Nilo's mainly looking for HP. So flat HP rolls on the HP main stat pieces are not bad. Let's say you get like 6 flat attack rolls. And yeah. For attack percent, you also have, like I said, her Ascension stat of 24. And she also gets an attack bonus from her Ascension 1. So after Swift Stormlight hits opponents, IANSAN will gain the precise movement effect for 15 seconds. During this time, her attack is increased by 20%, and we'll talk about the rest of it later. But for now, remember, attack increased by 20%. What that means is that without any sort of external buffs, on Fav, with a build that focuses mainly on attack, you'll be able to reach a little bit north of 3,000 attack. Which is enough to cap out your buff above 42. But as soon as you hit 41, it'll be worse. Right? Like, that being said, it's not going to be that big of a gap. However, when you increase her talent level on the burst, if you pay close attention, you'll notice the numbers that change are the skill damage and the max attack. The conversion ratio stays the same from talent level 1 all the way through. What that means is that if you have her Constellation 5, which upgrades her talent level by 3, your max attack bonus is now 810. But your conversion ratio doesn't change, which means that below 42, her Constellation 5 doesn't actually give you anything. It's only above 42 that minimum gets increased, and now the gap, the difference between 42.1 and 41.9 is going to be pretty big. Anyways, this is without any real external buffs on 5. What about best case scenario? You play her in a team that gets a bunch of attack percent buffs. So mainly the sort of attack percent buffs that you can expect are Pyro Resonance, potentially Noblesse. Now, I'm not entirely sure if Chevreuse's attack buff is going to count on her. So, for those of you that didn't know, Hoyo has some weird rules in place for how stat buffs affect each other. And as a general rule, if you give a buff based on how much of a stat you have, if a different character buffs that stat with the same conditions, the buff won't get counted. So, for example, if you look at Sucrose and Kazuha, Sucrose gives an Elemental Mastery buff based on how much EM she has. Right? 20% of her EM. And Kazuha gives a buff, a damage percent buff, based on the amount of EM he has. But if you increase Kazuha's EM by using Sucrose's passive, it won't increase the amount of damage you get from Kazuha's buff, even though he now has higher EM. The main reason for that is because if it did, it would kind of restrict some of their design options, because if then you have a character that buffs EM based on damage percent, you'd be able to have that character get more damage percent from Kazuha, and then buff Kazuha's EM because they have more damage percent, and then Kazuha buffs their damage percent more, and it just keeps going like that. So they're trying to prevent that. Buddy, are you fucking for real? I get that you want attention, but like, man. Ain't no way I ignored your message last time, so you came and said literally the exact same thing. Alright, man, whatever. Anyways, because Chevreuse's attack buff is based on the amount of HP she has, I'm not sure if it will work on IANSAN. I'm not sure if IANSAN's attack buff will be able to benefit from the attack percent she gets from Chevreuse. It's possible it does, because Hoyo is not known for having great consistency in their coding, but I don't know if it will. I'm just letting you guys know. For now, I'll assume it doesn't, but if it does, that's just a bigger buff, and it is what it is. Anyways. In the best case scenario for IANSAN, what sort of buffs are you gonna have? Well, you never want to give IANSAN single target buffs, so you're not gonna give her, like, on-field time with Bennett and stuff like that. There might be some weird finicky stuff where Bennett's buff lingering allows you to snapshot an ability while IANSAN still has Bennett's buff while off field, but for now we're just gonna assume that it doesn't work. Anyways, you can get Power Resonance. You're often gonna have Noblesse. In the best case scenario, you can have Noblesse and another artifact set, so another 20% from like Tenacity or something. So for example, if you're playing Bennett, IANSAN, Farina, you can have Farina on Tenacity and Bennett on Noblesse. Flat attack will be the same. Total attack gonna go up to like 3,600. Now, if you also use the torch, right? The torch gives you an additional 40% from the effect at R5. So upwards of about 4,000. You could also consider using a 5-star weapon. If you do, highest amount you're gonna get is gonna be on something like Calamity Queller with higher base attack. 741 base. And instead of the 40% from this, you get 16.5 from this. And then you get this that scales up. It'll average like, I don't know, 12-ish%. 15-ish%, something like that. And her own attack can reach upwards of like 4,600. But if you're above 42 Night Soul, that doesn't do anything. Because even at talent level 13, at C5, right, your maximum buff is 810. And your buff is 27% of your attack. Which means that you cap out the buff at 3,000. As long as you have 3,000 attack or more on IANSAN, your buff will be capped out no matter what, so long as you're above 42 Night Soul. What having more attack gives you is the ability to still provide a big buff below 42 Night Soul. Now, that is going to be very relevant in a few teams, but there's also going to be teams where that doesn't matter at all. So, let me explain. Let's look at the second part of her Ascension passive. Whenever she regains Night Soul points through her kinetic energy scale in her Elemental Burst, the 3 Principle of Power, she will gain 1 extra Night Soul point, right? So we've already said that you regain Night Soul based on the distance that you move. Additionally, when your current active party member consumes or restores Night Soul, the extra Night Soul point IANSAN gains the next time she restores Night Soul points will be increased to 4 up to once every 2.8 seconds. So on Natlan characters, every 3 procs is going to give you 4 instead of 1. So basically, instead of 111, it's 411, which is 6 per 3 procs. So 2 per second instead of 1 per second when you have Natlan characters. That being said, the way that it's worded, the way that it's done, means that you can front load that extra 3 points, even if you only get 1 proc on a Natlan character. So for example, if you use IANSAN and you're using her with Shilonen, and then you swap to Shilonen, you will get this extra 4, even if you only spend 1 second on Shilonen, even if you only get 1 proc. Now, how much does she restore? So far, and this is very much subject to change, and it'll be really hard to know if it changes before release, but for now, it seems as though the amount of Night Soul she regenerates is going to be 2/3 of the distance you travel. So, Genshin's unit of distance,
But at least it doesn't hide me.
I guess we can just call it meter, because that's technically what they call it in game as well,
Challenge is entirely up to you.
right? As you can see, there's an M. I guess they'd never call it meter, but M is the letter for meter. Anyways, I'll be referring to it as either meter or unit for the rest of the video. Just be aware of that. There's not that many things in Genshin that actually tell you the amount of distance or the size of things in units. But a really good way of understanding or of getting a feel for how much you're moving is go to your quest log, select literally any quest, navigate to it, and then press V. When you press V, I don't know what the keybind is, but on if you're not on mouse and keyboard, but whatever the keybind is to lock onto your quest, right? If you press that button while looking at the direction, it'll tell you how far away you are. And then if you line yourself up with it and you move forward, you'll be able to tell how much you're moving when you move. One dash can make you move about 4 meters. Or sorry, about 6 meters if you go for the whole dash. But most of the time, you don't do the full dash. You cancel the dash end lag animation, which is like the part of your dash where you're like sliding on the ground and getting back up. And you end up moving 4.55 meters per dash. And like I said, IANSAN restores 2/3 of your distance travel as Night Soul points. So 4 to 5 meters is about 3 Night Soul.
We mercs have one simple rule. Whoever pays the most.
So, by default, you consume 6 per second, and you regain 1 from IANSAN's Ascension passive, or 2 if you're a Natlan character. Then, that means that you're losing 5 or 4 per second, and if you don't want to lose too much, you'll need to move to make up for that. The question is, how much do a bunch of different characters move? So, I think we can start by talking about how much Chlorine moves.
To hire a duelist?
When you're in her skill, Chlorine's skill makes you move forward about 4.5 to 5 units. So it's about as much as a dash. And you use it after 3 normals. You'll generally get about 6 over your 7.5 seconds. And each one of them is going to be regenerating a little bit over 3. That's about 20-ish Night Soul you're regenerating for IANSAN. And over 7.5 seconds, you lose 45, right? No, that's if you regain 5. You lose... I'm corned, yeah. You lose about 37, 38, and you'll regain about 20, which means you still end up losing the remaining, so about 20 over your duration. Most characters do not move enough to regenerate as much Night Soul as you're losing. That being said, there are some who do. First,
I've faced many
plunge characters
Most of them I defeated. The rest surrendered. No, I have never lost a duel.
What do you mean, bro has zero social awareness? I'm fucking recording a video. Do you want me to address every single dumb message in chat while I'm recording? Please. What was I saying? Right. So, first, plunge characters. Plunge characters go up and then they go down for each plunge. That means that you don't just get the height of your plunge, you get twice the height of your plunge as movement. And so plunge characters tend to move quite a bit. Other than that, Maoika, from what I've seen, it seems like her bike spins actually count as movement, and it counts where Maoika is through the whole thing. And so she's like incredibly Night Soul Point positive on IANSAN. The thing is, it's not just dash and like actual movement that regenerates Night Soul Points. It seems like IANSAN's Night Soul Point regeneration is very, very precise. What that means is that even your character doing their like idle breathing animation technically counts as movement. Now, it's a very, 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 very small amount. It's going to be like less than 0.1 Night Soul from that. But it does count as movement. But what that also means is that based on how exactly your character moves while they're doing their attacks, you can get a bit more. Also, when you switch characters, your exact position often changes because different characters have different height, and they technically move a little when you swap because they stand in different poses. That being said, though, most of that is pretty much insignificant in terms of how much Night Soul you're generating. That being said, it is going to, at the very least, make it so that even if you're not moving, you still regenerate 0.01 Night Soul, or for IANSAN, which means that you regain the extra 1 Night Soul from her Ascension passive. Right? Because if you didn't move at all during those idle animations and stuff like that, it would mean that you don't even get this 1 refund, because it only happens when you restore. That being said, though, some characters also have burst animations where they move. Namely, Maoika. The problem is, a lot of characters that have animations that look like they move, they're not coded as moving. And so, I'm not entirely sure whether or not IANSAN is going to actually register those animations as movement. I think the one I'm the least sure about is Clorinde, right? Because it looks like she's moving in her burst, but if you actually look at it while, like, camera blocking the animation, she just disappears and then reappears, right? She doesn't actually move. So I'm not sure if it's going to be counted as movement or not. It might end up being counted as a lot of movement, and it might end up not being counted at all. And that's also the sort of stuff that, if it doesn't count, they could say it's a bug and patch it to change it later. But they could also say the exact same thing if it does count and change it later as well. So for those things, it's hard to make a definitive statement either way. Anyways, what about other carries? How much do they move? So let's go through the list. Diluc in plunge teams moves quite a bit, but as we're going to talk about later, IANSAN doesn't fit in Diluc's plunge teams. Kutsing doesn't really move too much if her burst isn't considered movement. Her E can make her go forward, but in order for your E to make you move, you need to not be close to the enemy to begin with. But if you're not close to the enemies, you can't hit them. So you won't really be moving much. Klee has some jump cancels in her kit. Or in her default combos. Jump cancels, if you don't get buffs to plunge or to jump height, your jumping distance is generally gonna be like around 2 meters. Somewhere between 1 and 3. Double that because you go up and then you go down. But it's still, she doesn't do that many cancels, and she doesn't have buff jump height, so they're not necessarily gonna, it's not necessarily gonna be that much restoration. Child can use dash cancels in his combos. Like we said earlier, a dash cancel offsets most of the loss from 1 second. It regenerates about 3 and you lose 4 to 5. Ganyu can use dash cancels between her charge shots. A lot of people don't do it, but Ganyu mains and people who do try-hard Ganyu stuff almost always do dash cancels for Ganyu's charge attacks. And so she'll be able to maintain a decent amount of Night Soul. It is not Night Soul positive. There are not a lot of characters who are Night Soul positive, but it's not that much of a loss. Xiao is one of the few characters that can be positive, because jumping and plunging is a lot. With Hu Tao, it's a little weird. Hu Tao jump cancels are something that you do a little bit more often than Klee jump cancels. She gets a bit more. You can decide not to do cancels, but the biggest problem with that is that if you don't do cancels on Hu Tao, you go through the enemy, and then you're out of range of the enemy, so you lose a lot of normal attack damage. And yeah, as it turns out, Hu Tao normal attack damage is relevant. If you lose it, she's worse. And then on top of that, she doesn't care that much about attack buffs to begin with, because she has such a huge attack steroid in her kit through her E. So won't be particularly good. Ella doesn't really move very much. Ayaka can move, but not too much. Yoimiya can do a dash cancel after her attack string, but she doesn't do dash cancels all that often, so she doesn't move too much. Raiden, I'm not sure if her charge attack is going to be counted as movement. If it is, it's going to be okay. But there is going to be a problem with Raiden, which is the fact that her burst damage is calculated when the burst hits, not at the start of the animation. And while you're in your animation, you lose Night Soul because you're not moving. And so it's very possible that you use your burst while you have above 42, but by the time the burst hits, you're below 42. We'll talk about all of these characters a lot more later on, because even if you get high Night Soul, IANSAN can still be bad for the teams. And even if you don't get that high Night Soul, she can still be good. We'll talk about that at length in the team section. I just want to give you a bit of an idea for like what sort of movement you need to maintain good Night Soul. Ito doesn't really move too much. Yai's skill makes her move an okay-ish amount, but she doesn't really move much if you on-field her past her skill, and her burst is a long-ish animation during which you're not moving. Ayato, I'm fairly sure his stuff outside of like his E initial animation isn't really considered movement, so I don't think he moves very much. A lot of people are going to see Yelan and they're going to be like, ooh, Yelan moves a lot. But I think you need to remember, 5-star characters in general have longer burst animations, and if they don't move during their burst animation, that's a lot of Night Soul you're losing, right? each second of burst animation is 5 Night Soul you're losing out on. So in characters like Yelan, if you swap to them after IANSAN, using Yelan's E plus Q is a little over 2 seconds. And the movement from the E, unless you E and hold your E and keep running, which you obviously don't want to do, it restores a lot less Night Soul than what you lose from spending a little bit over 2 seconds on a character. Sino barely moves. He has pretty good tracking on his abilities, so if the enemies are getting knocked back, for example, if you're playing Sino in an overload team, he can move an okay-ish amount, but he only moves if the enemies are getting knocked away. Because his base combos don't have dash cancels in them. Wanderer has some combos that allow him to use dashes, so he moves okay, and he can also slightly kite while doing normal attacks. That being said, his movement while doing normal attacks is very slow, so it's still noticeably Night Soul negative, but it's not as bad as characters who don't move at all. Alhaitham doesn't move too much, but he can include dash cancels, so it's not too bad. Linny can do some dash cancels, but it's like... Nividek can move a lot, but doesn't scale with attack, so who cares? Risley doesn't move very much. Kind of similar to Sino in that sense, where he can move if the enemies are moving as well. But if the enemies aren't moving, he stays mostly stationary. There are some combos that include dash cancels, namely the C1 combos that do N5C. But that's only for C1, because otherwise doing dash cancels generally makes him run out of stamina too early if you're doing charge attacks. Navia doesn't move very much. But she does have, if you do N2D, she does have the ability to offset the Night Soul point loss for a little while. Which means if you swap to Navia with full Night Soul, your first E will be buffed. And then you can N2D, 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 and do another E, and you might be able to get that out before you lose your Night Soul. But it'll be really close. Gumming moves an insane amount. Not only does Gumming do the plunge movement going up and down, but you're also supposed to dash towards the direction where your Manchai is going to catch it earlier. And once you catch your Manchai, you use your E, which makes you move towards the enemy again. So not only do you get 4 to 5 meters of distance from your jump, or from your like E knocking you into the air, then another 4 to 5 from the plunge, but then you get another 4 to 5 from dashing to Manchai, and another 4 to 5 from using your E, and it bringing you back to the enemy. Depending on Manchai direction, sometimes you're already close to the enemy when you E, so that won't necessarily be true, but it's still like quite a bit every time he uses E. So Gumming tends to be either neutral or positive. Arlecchino is a character who surprisingly isn't that Night Soul negative. She still is Night Soul negative, but it's not that bad because her best base combos use a lot of dash cancels. The default best combo for Arlecchino is N3D. So you do 3 normal attacks and then you dash. On top of that, Arlecchino is, I think, the character that has the best tracking on N1. And what that means is that even if you're relatively far from an enemy, when you do your N1, she will step in and hit the enemy anyways, right? So even if I'm relatively far like this, the N1 makes me dash forward effectively and hit. And what that means is that if you do your dash, instead of, you know, kind of dashing in place between your attacks, like this, if you decide to do your dash backwards, you effectively get the dash distance and the dash distance again from moving back in. So she does dash cancels relatively often, and she gets pretty much double the Night Soul generation, because double the distance traveled from her dash cancels if you're dashing backwards. And because of that, she's actually among the characters that lose the least amount of Night Soul on IANSAN. It's still negative, but it's not too bad. We'll talk about that more later. I've already talked about Claren. Hold on, he's an HP scaler, so who cares? Kinich moves a decent amount. And he's an Atlan character. So you only lose 4 per second instead of 5. Right? And then on top of that, he moves quite a bit, so that's pretty good. Chaska surprisingly moves a lot. I think people very much underestimate how much movement Chaska is getting. By the way, as long as you're moving, even if you move like this, or like this, as long as you're inputting a movement direction, as long as you're moving a little, it counts the total amount of distance travel, not the amount of distance between where you were 1 second ago and where you are now. So if you do a dash and like, you dash forward and then immediately move your dash direction backwards, it still counts as the full dash distance. But what that means is that on Chaska, as long as you're inputting a distance, or as long as you're inputting a direction while you're charging, like this, it counts the whole movement distance. And as it turns out, Chaska's pretty fast at moving during her E like this. On top of that, she's an Atlan character, so Chaska is another one of the characters that loses the least. There's also the initial E going up a little, but that's not that big of a deal. But yeah, so it's very interesting to look at Chaska versus Wanderer in this case. Wanderer, if you input a movement direction while using normal attacks, is very, very slow at moving. Chaska does not slow down from holding her charge attack compared to if she's just moving. And so Chaska moves quite a bit. And then you have Maoika, who's like, I tried to estimate the amount of Night Soul points you regenerate on a lot of different carries in a sheet, and I had most characters losing between 1 and 4 per second. A few exceptions that were about neutral with like the plungers and like Kinich and like Chaska. And then there was Maoika, which was like positive of like 10 per second. Yeah, Maoika moves a fucking insane amount while she's doing her donuts. It's crazy. And she also moves during her burst, so she doesn't have the problem that Raiden can have of burst hitting at the end of the animation and losing Night Soul while the animation is going. Anyways, I'm glad because honestly, Maoika is such a bad character right now. We finally have a support that makes her work as a carry, thank goodness. There's a tiny little bit of sarcasm involved. Anyways. One thing that's very good to know about IANSAN is that her buff can be snapshotted. What that means is that even if you're playing her with a character that loses a lot of Night Soul per second, if it's a character that doesn't move a lot, if they have an ability that snapshots and you use that while you're above 42, you get the equivalent of the whole buff. So characters like Xiangling, but also characters like Ayaka, for example, can still get pretty much all of the buff value because you'll be above 42 Night Soul when you swap into them. Anyways, finally, her Ascension 4 passive. When a nearby party member triggers a Night Soul burst, IANSAN will obtain the warming up effect for 10 seconds. During this time, when IANSAN restores at least one Night Soul point, which is when her burst is active, she will heal your current active character for 60% of her attack. Wow, she's a healer, right? This effect can only be triggered once every 2.8 seconds. 60% of her attack is 2,000 every 3 seconds for 10 seconds. Yeah. No, she doesn't. She's not a healer. She heals less than Goro's C4 heals. Technically, you could build her on a healing build, increase this healing from 2k to like 3.5, maybe even 4k. But even then, it's a really small amount of healing, and it's only to the active character. Now, this is enough to function as healing, just on teams where you just want a bit of defensive utility. But it is far from enough to count as a healer for Farina. It's also slow healing, which means that if you're low HP on a character, it'll be risky to swap into them if this is your only form of defensive utility, because it'll take a while for you to heal back up. In practice, you can think of IANSAN's healing as fairly similar to Chevreuse's healing. It's there, but it's more of like a somewhat insignificant, tiny little quality of life thing. Oh, it is worse than Chevreuse's healing, so maybe. Let's never mind. Don't put that in. In practice, you can think of IANSAN's healing as like similar to Xingqiu's healing. But without the damage reduction. So yeah, it is what it is. The actual amount that you heal is a bit more than what Xingqiu gives, but Xingqiu also gives damage reduction, and if you take into account the fact that the damage reduction reduces incoming damage, and that you'll need less healing because of that, it's actually about as much healing. And anyone who has ever played Xingqiu will know that Xingqiu as your only form of healing is a little sus, for sure. Anyways, this, and the fact that this healing is pretty insignificant, is the main reason why IANSAN is not a Bennett replacement. There are going to be some teams where IANSAN can compete, sometimes even beat out Bennett. But in most, if not all of those teams, you're going to sacrifice a lot for it because you lose Bennett's healing, And there's a lot of those teams where Bennett's healing was your only form of defensive utility. And losing that makes things a lot harder. That being said, that doesn't mean IANSAN is bad. And the main reason for that is because, well, you can use both. Yeah, as it turns out, IANSAN is kind of going to end up getting a very similar treatment to Yelan, where the thing that she provides, the thing she's designed to do, is similar to a character that's already out. But rather than knocking that character out of the teams that it's currently used in, you'll just end up playing both together. Now, that might sound a bit weird. You might already know that when you have Bennett on the team, it reduces the value of getting additional attack. When you get Bennett, you want to start potentially considering IANSANs on Arlecchino, for example. Or you really want to use an IANSANs on Game. Bennett is the main reason why you use IANSANs on Mawika. The thing is, it's still a big buff. Turns out, 690 and even more so 810 is a pretty goddamn big amount of attack. It's not quite as much as Bennett, so for comparison, Bennett has a base attack of 191. If you're using Sapwood or another 565 base sword, that brings his base attack to 756. Bennett C5 with talent level 13 gives a buff based on 139% of his base attack, which is around 1050. If you have Aquila or Mistsplitter, that buff goes up to 1202. It's a lot more than 690 or 810. But IANSAN is from that one. And Cinder City is fucking broken. The Cinder City artifact set giving 40 damage percent is such an incredibly relevant part of what makes IANSAN strong. One thing to keep in mind with this, though, is if they end up releasing a more generic artifact set that just power creeps Noblesse later on, that Bennett can use, then IANSAN having access to Cinder City will matter less. But at least right now, it's still very, very relevant. And so by default at C0, IANSAN provides up to 690 attack and 40 damage percent. Now, other characters aren't gonna just exist without artifact sets, so this 40 damage percent isn't competing with nothing, it's competing with Noblesse, for example. And so we can't just say that it's part of her kit. And if you want to compare it to other characters' kits, you can assume that a 20% attack buff from Noblesse is worth about a 20% damage buff from Cinder City, and the remaining 20-ish% you have is effectively what you have as, quote, part of IANSAN's kit. That she could provide over other supports. But 690 attack plus 20 damage percent is actually often enough to compete with the 1050 plus buff you get from Bennett. Let's talk about our constellations now. because her constellations very much affect her value. C1, when IANSAN is in combat and is in the Night Soul's Blessing state, she will restore 15 elemental energy for every 6 Night Soul points she consumes. This effect can be triggered, or can trigger once every 18 seconds. Honestly, I don't know why they worded it like that. What's the point of restoring energy every 6 Night Soul points you consume if you can only do it once per rotation? Why not just say she will restore 15 energy? Like, why every 6 Night Soul? Whatever, it's fine. Stupid fucking wording on the constellation, but it is what it is. This is effectively just a 15 energy refund. This actually kind of doesn't matter. The reason for that is because Cinder City is broken, and Cinder City's 2-piece restores a lot of energy. On top of that, IANSAN's particle generation is actually pretty good. So, if you look at a character like Bennett, he can generate a lot of particles if you spam his E, but if you only use one E, it's an average of 2.25 pyroparticles. It's 2 to 3 with a higher chance of being 2. And 2 pyroparticles is not that much. On top of that, Bennett only consumes his particles when the burst animation is... Bennett only consumes energy when his burst animation is finished, which means if you E into Q and you have really low ping and you don't dash away from where your particles are being generated, you will catch your particles before consuming your energy and effectively lose that energy. What that means is that on the next rotation, you'll have to use your E and wait to catch the particles in order to have your burst, which slows down the second rotation. Right, as you can see, we only caught one of the particles after the burst animation is finished. The first particle we caught before the burst animation was finished. Oh wait, I guess you guys might not be able to see. Fuck. Wait, let me hide Spotify real quick. Okay, here we got them. Because there's very little hit lag against these enemies. Here we didn't get them, right? It's a bit inconsistent, but this is something that can happen. That, as far as I'm aware, is not something that's going to be a problem for IANSAN. So that, plus the fact that she generates 4 particles instead of 2 to 3 with a higher chance of being 2, paired with the fact that Fav is a high base attack weapon when it's a lance, but it's not when it's a sword, which is going to make Fav an actual good option for her. Paired with the fact that she's an electro character, and there's a bunch of teams that are going to end up using electro resonance, but even without that, honestly, it makes her ER requirements really, really low to begin with. There's actually quite a few teams where even without the C1, Fav's ER substat is enough. You don't even need more ER past that. So her C1 is actually pretty bad. It can be useful in teams where you need Cinder City on someone else and you want to end up putting IANSAN in, like, Noblesse, for example. But even in those teams, you can generally get away with your ER requirements being low enough. We'll talk more in depth about ER requirements later, but for now, just know that generally they're not enough of a problem for C1 to be particularly good. C2. C2 is her first big one. When using Elemental Burst, IANSAN will also gain the precise movement effect from her passive talent Enhanced Resistance Training for 15 seconds. Additionally, while she's off field while that's active, she will also increase your active character's attack by 30%. So, the passive it's referring to is the one that gives you 20% attack on IANSAN after using your charge attack. In other words, C2 makes it so you don't have to use the charge attack as part of your setup anymore. Instead of doing E charge attack Q, you can now just do EQ. In some teams, you'll still want to do E charge attack Q. The main reason for that is because, as we're going to talk about later, There are going to be some characters that will want you to apply Electro more than 2 times. Namely, that can end up being a thing in Kenichi teams. In order for you to reliably get the Cinder City buff on the carries that you care about. The big part of C2, though, is not that you don't need the charge attack anymore. It's that you get 30% more attack to your active character. That's kind of significant, actually. It's a pretty big deal. C3 is skill talent level. It's pretty much completely worthless. It's a bit more damage, but it doesn't matter that much. C4 is the second relevant constellation. So, when the kinetic energy scale is present, so during your burst, IANSAN will gain 2 stacks of surging force after your current active character, excluding herself, uses their elemental burst. In other words, if you use a burst, you gain 2 stacks of... If you use a burst during IANSAN's uptime on a character other than IANSAN, you gain 2 stacks of surging force. You can only gain it once, so it only works for 1 burst. Whenever IANSAN restores Night Soul, she restores an additional 4 if she has a surging 4 stacks by consuming that stack. In other words, what this means is that you regenerate an additional 8 Night Soul points on IANSAN after using a burst on a character. This is a big deal because IANSAN's buff duration is 12 seconds. There's a lot of buffs in this game that last less than 12 seconds, and because of that, there's going to be a bunch of teams where you swap into IANSAN before the rest of your supports rather than after. If you go to IANSAN, then swap to a support that doesn't move and use their skill in burst, or a support that doesn't move that much. So for example, I talked about Yelan earlier. But it'll be the case even more on characters that don't move at all, like Citlali. That means that by the time you swap to your carry, you'll have even less Night Soul. This C4, offsetting that Night Soul point loss by 8, is a pretty big deal. Because this effectively means that you'll start 8 higher. And if you would otherwise be swapping into your carry at 45, and they're not Night Soul point negative, it means that you only have like 1 or 2 seconds above 42 before you start being below 42 and lose a big portion of your buff, especially if IANSAN ends up not like having way more attack than she needs to cap it out. But that's not all. There's also, additionally, if her Night Soul restoration from the scale overflows, IANSAN will gain 50% of the overflow the next time she restores Night Soul points via the scale. I think it's important to realize her burst restores 15, and her skill caps you out. Now, there's a little bit of animation time, sure, but if you EQ, you'll generally end up using your Q when you're at somewhere between 45 and 50 Night Soul points, which means that it will overcap pretty much always by somewhere between 5 and 10. So this overflow, in the worst case scenario, is also an additional 2 to 5-ish more Night Souls. Now, I'm not entirely sure if it actually works like that, because I don't know if this 15 Night Soul points is considered from the scale. I guess we'll have to see about that. But another thing that this can be nice for is if you have other Natlan supports, right? You regenerate 4 instead of 1 up to once every 3 seconds. So if you swap from IANSAN to a character like Shilonen, you use your E, you get the passive restoration plus the E distance movement. That might also overflow a little. And then also, and then on top of that, if you end up using supports where their animation makes them move a lot. So for example, Kazuha, who has a plunge as part of his animations, Maoika, whose burst makes you move a lot. Those are also going to be some overflow that can help you effectively offset even more of the night soul point loss on carries that are night soul point negative. Anyways, C5 is the burst talent level constellation, so we've already talked about how that changes her attack cap, or her attack buff cap from 690 to 810. And finally, C6, the kinetic energy scale's duration is increased by 3 seconds. Additionally, when IANSAN triggers Night Soul Point Restoration, if there is any overflow, she will gain the Extreme Force effect, which increases the damage dealt by your active character by 25% for 3 seconds. I'd say that the most important part of this is the 3-second duration increase for most characters, because most characters will not be able to keep overflowing Night Soul points. Like I talked about earlier, most characters are not Night Soul point positive, and if they're not Night Soul point positive, you might overflow at the very start from the C4 procs, but after that, you don't overflow anymore, so this 25 damage percent will only apply to the start of your rotation, if it applies at all. That being said, the 3-second duration is pretty helpful. So, the main reason why it's pretty helpful is because of Bennett. Bennett's burst duration is 12 seconds. However, where's Bennett? It's not actually 12 seconds. Right? What is 12 seconds is not his buff duration, it's his field duration. The buff itself lasts for about 2 seconds, but gets applied to your active character every second while you're standing on the field. What that means is that, in practice, Bennett's buff actually lasts 13 to 14 seconds, because the last tick at the end of the duration allows you to keep your buff for the buff's duration, which is about 2 seconds. What that means is that Bennett's buff lasts longer than IANSAN's buff, which means that very often you're gonna want to use IANSAN after Bennett rather than before. The thing is, if you've got that, ooh, thank you for the 5 gifted, Pog. Thank you very much. Ketchup underscore 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 underscore. Pog. Anyways, the thing is, especially if you have another support that you want to swap into after your attack buffer, so for example, if you end up using Citlali and Melt teams, by the time you swap to your carry, you've already spent like 4, maybe even 5 seconds on your setup, which means you don't have that much Bennett uptime left. IANSAN's C6 increases her burst duration by 3 seconds, makes it last longer than Bennett, which means you can go to IANSAN before Bennett, which effectively means you gain 1 to 2 seconds of Bennett uptime. There's also the fact that IANSAN's artifact set options are a little bit more scuffed, because she actually needs to build the stats she cares about. She needs to build a lot of attack percent in order to maximize her attack buff, unlike Bennett. What that means is that you can't really do Instructor IANSAN. Like, yeah, technically you can, but it's definitely a lot more sus. Which means in teams where you already have Cinder City, so for example, in Meltings with Citlali. And you're going to notice we're going to talk about Meltings with Citlali a lot because they're generally the teams that get the biggest upgrade from IANSAN. But anyways, for example, in Meltings with Citlali, not only is it going to be really scuffed to go from IANSAN to Citlali, because Citlali's ER requirements are generally way too high to want to consider Instructor. So you really want her on Cinder City? That means that unless IANSAN is also on Cinder City, if you go from IANSAN to Citlali, you won't get a Pyro buff on Cinder City, because it'll be Electro. Which is obviously not ideal, right? Because of that, you're often going to go from IANSAN to Bennett rather than from Bennett to IANSAN. Even without the C6. If you're playing in Meltings with Citlali. And if you do that, it means that, well, you really don't have a lot of IANSAN buff uptime on your carry. Because it lasts for an even shorter duration than Bennett does, and Bennett can already have his buff run out in those teams. And an additional upside is that if you have Cinder City on Citlali, that means you can go for a different artifact set on IANSAN. But you want to use a 5-star artifact set because she really wants to build a lot of attack. Because the buff she gives is proportional to the amount of attack she has. And so, because of that, you can't really use Instructor on her. Like, you can, but it's not ideal. So you can put her on Noblesse, and then you can have Bennett on Instructor. Anyways, this is also just nice for characters that have longer uptime. I've talked a little bit about Veresa. Obviously, I've talked a lot about Veresa in her pre-release. I didn't talk too much about how much she relies on IANSAN, but I guess this is a good moment to mention it. Veresa is one of the few characters that easily, consistently triggers the C6 overflow. And on top of that, there's a few teams with IANSAN where you end up using... There's a few teams with Veresa where you end up using IANSAN relatively early into your setup. And if you do that, then the burst duration also ends up mattering quite a bit. All in all, I don't want anyone to feel like they need C6 IANSAN for her to be good. But especially for 4-star characters, I think it's important to understand how much constellations impact their overall power level. The breakpoints for IANSAN that are relevant are C2, 4, 5, and 6. C2 is, I'd say, the most relevant one. This 30% attack buff is not reliant on IANSAN's attack, which means even on characters that don't move a lot, even on characters that end up with a relatively low amount of attack from her burst, they will always get this 30% attack, which is nice. C4 is going to be completely useless on certain teams and pretty massive on others. So let's use Paint. Make ourselves a nice little overtime graph. Right? So, this is the start, right? You use IANSAN. You start at 54, right? This is what happens when you swap off of her. You're at 54. Really hard to write with a mouse, but it's fine, whatever. And then this is 42. So, you start here, right? As soon as you swap off, it's like technically use your E, it goes down a little during the E animation, and then use your burst, and it goes back up to max, and then you swap out, right? And then it starts going down. Now, if the supports you use move, or if IANSAN is the last character you swap into before your carry, you'll effectively stay at 54 or equivalent to 54 by doing some of this. Up until you swap into your carry, and then it'll start being like this. But if you have to swap into supports that don't move that much, so for example, you swap into Yelan, you swap into Sitlali, then you end up doing this, and you end up starting maybe even like really close to 42 or below. And unless you're on the few characters that are Night Soul positive on IANSAN, that means you are not getting the full value out of her buff, and most of your rotation is spent below. And you just, even if you don't lose a lot, if you start around 42, most of your damage will be below it. With C4, the fact that you restore that additional 8 during your setup from your supports giving you that C4 proc, effectively means that instead of starting at around 42, you'll start at around 50. That's 8 more, right? And if you're losing 3 to 4 per second, that's 2 to 3 more seconds you're spending above 42. If you're losing 1 to 2 per second, characters that move an okay-ish amount, like 1 to 2.5-ish, right, characters that move an okay-ish amount but not that much, like Chlorine, for example, that's an additional, like, somewhere between 3 and 5 seconds that you're spending above 42. Which, especially once you have her C5, is a pretty big deal. Because you can end up overcapping your attack buff pretty easily before C5. The C4 itself isn't that big of a deal in some of these teams, right? The amount of attack that you need to cap your passive at talent level 10 is 2500, which means that if you are above that, even while you're below 42, you might still have your passive capped out. And so, for example, on the Chlorine teams, if you're playing something like a Chevreuse team with the IANSAN, and you end up getting Power Resonance, you end up getting Noblesse, and a team like that is generally not really energy hungry, so you can also justify using the torch event weapon over Fav a lot more easily. Your total attack is likely going to be a lot higher, and you'll still be capped. I gotta fucking... Am I an idiot? Gotta... You'll still be capped until like 34, 35-ish. And instead of being your attack buff going from 690 at 43 to like 500 at 41, it's gonna go from 690 at 35 to 680, 670 at 34. And so in those teams I get a lot of attack buffs. The C4 isn't that big of a deal. But it becomes a bigger deal if Fav is a useful weapon on the team, and if you don't end up getting a lot of external attack buffs. C5, it's an additional 120 attack. It's alright, but I think it's important to realize, right? 120 attack is at worst the equivalent of like 20-ish% attack, right? If you look at a character with relatively low base attack on a low base attack weapon, like probably the literal worst case scenario that you could actually consider would be like Hu Tao, perhaps. Hu Tao on Deathmatch. Because Deathmatch is a low base attack weapon, and Hu Tao's base attack is very low. Alright, 106. So Hu Tao's base attack on Deathmatch, 106 plus 454. 30% of that is 168, which is still quite a bit more than the 120 you gain from getting C5. On characters with high base attack, you look at, for example, Veresa with her signature. %30 attack is more than double. It's like 2.5 times the gap between C3 and C5, or between C0 and C5, or between C4 and C5, sorry. Anyway, C5 is fine, but it's not as big of a deal as C2, is the point I'm making. And finally, C6 matters in some teams. There's not that many teams that benefit both from the duration increase and the damage, because the damage is only going to work when you're overflowing, and a lot of characters don't overflow. The character that benefits the most from both of these is probably Mawika, who can end up struggling with Bennett uptime if you Bennett before IANSAN. And so you really like having the increased duration. And who very easily overflows it over and over. So, I think it's time to start doing the usual pre-release thing where we talk about the weapons, artifact sets, artifact stats, and teams. And the team section, I'm letting you know right now, is going to be long. We'll have a lot to talk about. So, weapons, artifact sets, artifact stats, and teams. There's not that much to say about weapons. We can get that out of the way pretty quickly. IANSAN's damage is okay, but it's really not that much. She has a relatively long duration buff, so often you end up using her abilities before your shorter duration buffs, so she doesn't have her damage buffed by those things. So what can you use? Well, obviously you can use Fav, right? Fav is pretty goated. IANSAN is a character who can reach enough attack to cap her passive without getting attack percent from her weapon, and who doesn't do that much damage. Because of that, weapons that give you a way to get a buff on the rest of your team are very good. Bonus Lance generates clear particles, which reduces the ER requirements of the rest of your team, and because of that, Bonus Lance is a pretty good option. If you want to focus only on her damage, you can give her pretty much anything that you'd give on a character. When you focus on their damage, I'm not really going to bother with that, because I really don't think it's worth mentioning. If you're playing her in a team where you are expecting to find yourself below 42 Night Soul for most of your carry's duration, you can look into weapons that will give you more attack. So for example, if you have a Wavebreaker's Fin, 620 base attack, attack percent substat, pretty alright. But Wavebreaker's Fin is not that much better than the Torch, because the Torch giving you 40% attack, well, 40% is a pretty big deal. And so 55 more base attack, while good, isn't that good. And the Torch's ER is also kind of useful. Say the name, I refuse. What are other considerations? So you can think about using Moonpiercer if you use IANSAN in a team where you have a Dendro unit. Moonpiercer generates a leaf, which you can pick up for at R5, 32% more attack. Mainly, this is a consideration for Kinich teams. Because IANSAN doesn't tend to be that great for aggravate teams. She doesn't apply any off-field electro, which is good because it doesn't prevent you from doing non-electro reactions, for example in melt teams. But it's bad because it means she doesn't gain anything from aggravate. On top of that, attack percent tends to be a lot less valuable in aggravate teams, where one, a lot of characters have direct EM scaling, but also two, a good amount of your damage is coming from your aggravate reaction, which doesn't get buffed by attack. She'll still be usable, but Fischl is so good in aggravate teams that she generally doesn't replace Fischl. So she's more so competing with the Res Shredders, and she's just worse than the Res Shredders, unfortunately. But in Kinich teams, the fact that she doesn't apply off-field electro means she's not preventing burning. She's not yoinking burning uptime from Kinich. And Kinich is an actual attack scaling character, so he likes this 32% attack. So, Moonpiercer. Other than that, honestly, there isn't much. I don't think it does anything, right? Yeah. Like, you can consider using the 5-star weapons that give you attack or ER, right? So, like, Calamity Queller, Engulfing Lightning, I guess Vortex Vanquisher. But in most cases, unless you really don't need the energy from Fav, you're better off using Fav for the particles. Yeah, you can use Skyward Spine if you don't care for the energy at all. On the Fav particles as a stat stick that has more attack than Fav, but it's just one of the many 5-star weapons you can use. Fav Lance, general, best in slot. Moon Piercer, Kinich, best in slot. And 5-star weapons in general. Okay. But they'll generally be worse than Fav Lance unless you're playing a team that really doesn't need the ER. And I say 5-star weapons, that also obviously means that the 4-star weapons are just gonna be the same thing, but even worse. Next, artifact sets. So, we've already talked about 4-piece Cinder City. Let's quantify IANSAN ZR requirements to properly understand how much Cinder City is doing for you. Same element, a different element. Clear, caught, non-caught. Three 1.8, 1 0.6, 2 1.2. Energy, cost, refund, ER. So, IANSAN's burst cost is 70, which, by the way, 70 burst cost means 18-second cooldown. 18-second cooldown is generally not too big of a problem, but there are a few characters who can do rotations shorter than 18 seconds, where if you use IANSAN with them, it means your rotations are slower. The most is the clearest example of that is going to be Arlecchino, who often has rotations that are around 16 seconds rather than 18. Anyways, let's look at worst case and best case scenario for IANSAN. We can start with the best case scenario, which is probably something like a Veresa team, because you get Electro Resonance, you get Veresa Particles. So like, I guess we can take a look at Veresa Chevreuse Mawika for like the premium Veresa Overload team. IANSAN will catch her own particles always. And she generally will catch one particle from Electro Resonance, because you will trigger the electro reaction on her. You'll get another about 2 to 3, generally 3 particles from Electro Resonance for the rest of the rotation, and an average of 5 from 2 Veresa skills. Different element. You'll get 5 from Mawika, 4 from Chevreuse. Right? Is it 4? I think it's 4, but I'm not sure anymore. Is it on Hamdi Dikat? Sometimes the 4-star data is not there. It is, yeah, okay, it is 4. You will generally be able to battery Chevreuse's particles into her, because Chevreuse's buffs last longer than IANSAN's buffs. So you want to swap from IANSAN to, or from Chevreuse to IANSAN. And Veresa being a catalyst means you can trigger overload from a Veresa normal attack into Chevreuse. So you don't need to use IANSAN stuff first on the first rotation. So basically you'll pretty much always be able to battery Chevreuse's E into IANSAN, so that's 4 particles. And then the Mawika particles are not going to be batteried into her. And finally, you can have Sugars on 5. And you can have IANSAN on 5. And if you do, you can catch both the sets of 5 particles on IANSAN, because that's how your rotation pans out. And if you're on Cinder City, you have Varesa, IANSAN, Mawika. Night's Burst cooldown is now 9 seconds, which means you'll get 2 per rotation. So that's 2 refunds from the 2-piece Cinder City. Which means in the best case scenario, her ER requirements are 114. 5 gives you 30, which means you're already at more ER than you need in a team like this. Even if you're not on 5, or if you only have 1 5 and you want to put on Chevreuse, 130 ER. Even if you don't have 5 at all, 150. And you can reach 150 with the Torch's 30-ish% substat, and then 4 rolls of ER, which is still pretty easy. So in a team like this, ER requirements, trivial pretty much. But this is looking at the best case scenario. What about the worst case scenario? So what is the worst case scenario? Worst case scenario is going to be a team where she's solo electro, so no electro resonance and no additional electro particles. You already have someone else on Cinder City, so you're going to want to end up using IANSAN on Noblesse if you can. And you're playing characters that don't generate that many particles themselves. What could we use as an example of the worst case scenario? Benetti on Sunset Lolly. That's not the worst case scenario, but it's a scenario worth looking at. This is like the average case scenario. Best case, average case, worst case. So the average case scenario, let's take a look at Mawika Bennett Sitlali with IANSAN. So you get 4 from her own skill. No other electro particles. In a team like this, you generally are not going to battery much into her. Actually, you can probably do... You can probably do Mawika E into her E. So you'll be able to battery Mawika's E, which is 5 particles. At least that's that. Then you'll have Sitlali, which I think is 4. No, it's 5. I'm an idiot. Plus Bennett. And this team, she's the only character that could be on 5. And her ER requirement in a team like this, on 5, if she's not on Cinder City, 235. Pretty big difference. Because of that, I think in practice, a lot of people are going to keep her on Cinder City, even when you play her in a team where someone else is on Cinder City. And that is why it's often going to... That's why, I mean, we'll talk about some of the numbers of her teams later on. Just keep in mind that those calcs are generally done assuming you min-max your artifact sets. But it's potentially going to be difficult to do. With the C1, though, that refunds 15, which means that in a team like this, 184, that's 5 substat plus a main stat, or 5 substat plus solid substats on everything else, right? You'll need about 50 from your substats, which is reachable. It's not too bad. ER requirements only start becoming difficult to reach through substats alone when you start needing 80 or more from artifacts. Below that, it's generally not too bad. That being said, if you don't have 5, oh boy, that's 230 with C1. Without C1, 300. Good luck. Good fucking luck. Yeah, that's Farazan, you know? Anyways, in this same team, if you have her on Cinder City and you have C1, her ER requirements are reachable with 5 alone, pretty much. 5 and 2 substats. All this to say, depending on the specific IANSAN build you have, your ER requirements can vary a lot. Alright, I guess we should do worst case as well. But this is not far from the worst case. Like, what is the worst case? I mean, 12 particles from the rest of the team is not that good. This kind of is close to the worst case, so sure. Let's leave it at that. There are going to be some teams where you can get away without using 5, but in most of them, 5 is still going to be a pretty big deal, right? Here, with C1 plus Cinder City, no 5, ER requirements 180, with 5, 140. Having to build about 40% more ER means getting to build about 40% less attack. Which offsets the 40% attack you get from Torch, if you're using Torch instead of 5. And then on top of that, you don't get the lower ER requirements on the rest of the team. So generally, have her on 5. And have her on Cinder City. But, like I said earlier, if you already have someone else on Cinder City and you're playing on a team where you can get away with lower ER requirements, there's a few other artifact sets you can consider. You don't really want to build for her damage, but there's there's additional support sets to consider. Her healing isn't really good enough to properly enable Song of Days Past, so I generally stay away from that. Same for Clam, obviously. Noblesse I've already mentioned. 4-piece Noblesse. Four-piece Noblesse is a lot worse than Cinder City, but if you already have someone else on Cinder City and you need them on Cinder City, like is often the case with Citlali, you can consider 4-piece Noblesse. And that's kind of it. You don't really want to use Instructor because you want to have enough attack, and 4-star artifacts have a lot less stats. If you already have someone else on Cinder City and your ER requirements are high, you can go 2-piece Cinder City, 2-piece Emblem, or just whatever other 2-piece, that doesn't really matter. 2-piece Cinder City, 2-piece attack. But that's pretty much it. It's pretty much only going to be those two you consider. You could use TOM if you're swapping into her right before your big source of damage and your big source of damage snapshots. Like maybe on Ayaka teams. I guess, but like, ugh. Generally no. And yeah, so you need about, and then yeah, so artifact stats by default is going to be attack, attack, attack. But it's not your only option, because on teams where you maintain good Night Soul on IANSAN throughout your rotation, you don't need to get more attack than what you need to cap your buff, which at C0 to C4 is a little bit over 2,500 attack, and at C5 or higher is 3,000 exactly. And that's, as far as I understand, with Noblesse, TOM, and attack, or power resonance attack buffs. And so if you're already at that amount and you have enough Night Soul, or you have enough movement on your team that you'll stay above 42 Night Soul, you have more flexibility on your artifact. You can go for a damage build, right? You can do attack, damage, crit in those teams, assuming you have a lot of attack. Or, sorry, assuming you have a lot of movement. If your ER requirements are rough, you can go ER, attack, attack. If you're using Fav and you don't have that much crit rate, you can go attack, attack, crit. Or if you're using Fav and you have high ER requirements, you can go ER, attack, crit. Almost always attack goblet. Damage goblet only if you're already capped and you want to get some more damage out of her. The thing is, it's really difficult to cap your attack buff on Fav with attack, damage, crit. So this is generally only if you're using a 5-star weapon on her. But yeah, generally it's either going to be attack, 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 with Sands potentially being ER, and Circlet potentially being crit rate for Fav. And finally we have teams, and oh boy. So, first, let's get this out of the way. IANSAN is once again raising DPS ceiling. Mawika's release gave us a team that had quite a bit more damage than the next best team, just in terms of sheet DPS. But that also plays fairly easily in practice. And IANSAN is an upgrade in Mawika teams, and not an insignificant one. C2 IANSAN is a more or less a side grade, which means that the additional attack from C5 and the additional damage percent from C6 make it a pretty sizable upgrade if you have C6 IANSAN. Now you might be thinking, oh, that means I can use Bennett on my other side, right? Wrong! She's a downgrade versus Bennett. She's an upgrade over Shilonen. Get that trash character out of my Mawika team. Yeah. The one thing to keep in mind with this is that Shilonen is pretty much the only character that instantly consumes all her Night Soul. When you use Shilonen N2, like EN2, immediately consume the 90 Night Soul, which means that even if you finish the chamber before restoring any Night Soul on Mawika, when your burst initial hit is the last hit on the enemy, and you end up losing out the Night Soul generation from your damage over time abilities, like Citlali's E, like Mawika's own E, right? Shilonen immediately generating 90 Night Soul means that you'll be able to burst at the start of the next chamber without a problem. IANSAN doesn't immediately use up all her Night Soul. It uses 6 per second, but technically, you can spend more by using E-Run. I don't know how scuffed that's gonna be. She uses up Night Soul with her E-Exploration ability, right? The like default Night Soul by itself without the burst. All it does is it makes you go faster. And that uses up Night Soul much faster than just the amount you lose over time while you're off field. So technically, you can still front load your Night Soul point generation if you do E-run into IANSAN, but that obviously means that you're using up your Night Soul, which means when you swap to Maoika, you'll have a lot less, so her burst is gonna hit less. But after the burst initial hit, you generate Night Soul so quickly that you'll probably fill it back up for your spins. Because of that, it's not going to be a strict upgrade to Maoika's teams, but at least in terms of DPS, it's actually a pretty sizable one. Some of you might be a little confused as to why it's not an upgrade over Bennett, but it is an upgrade over Shilonen. The main thing to understand about that is Resistance Shred is the worst possible stat to stack. Well, it's between Resistance Shred and EM. The formula for damage makes it so that Resistance Shred stacks really poorly with itself. Same for EM. So let's go Res Shred and damage. Right. I guess I shouldn't make it go all the way because it makes it a little bit more unclear. I go up to like 60. Oh no. Yeah, sure, whatever. The amount of damage you gain from Res Shred, right? For your first 10% of Res Shred is a lot more effective than from Res Shred past that. Because most enemies that aren't like particularly resistant to one enemy have 10% resistance. And Resistance Shred, or the resistance formula, is a lot more favorable for Res Shred while resistance is positive. So against enemies with positive resistance, if they have 10% resistance, it means you're doing 10% less damage. Pretty straightforward. But once their resistance falls below 0, it's divided by 2. So if they have minus 10% resistance, you're not doing 10% more, you're doing 5% more. What that means is that your first source of Res Shred is pretty big, because it gets them the first 10%, and then maybe a bit more than that. For your second one, all the value you're getting from it is while the enemies are already below. In other words, you can effectively think of any Res Shred past the first 10% to only be half of the value, right? So Citlali isn't providing you with 20% shred, she's providing you with 15% shred. Chilonen, if you don't have Citlali, gets 23. But if you do have Citlali, gets 18, right? That first 10 isn't getting double value anymore. Or rather, what's after the first 10 is getting, or the first 10 is getting reduced like the rest of it. All of that just means that when you have Citlali, the amount of damage that you gain from the res shred on Chilonen is a lot less than if you don't have Citlali. If you're playing something like a Mawika Yelan team or a Mawika Rosaria because you don't have Citlali, the damage upgrade from Chilonen is a lot more. Attack doesn't have that problem, and because of that, even if you're generating a lot more, or even if you stack a lot more attack than you stack res shred, attack is worth its full value. If Chilonen is the only form of shred on your team, the shred itself, which is the only thing you get from her actual kit, right? You get damage percent from Cinder City, but IANSAN can get that as well. You go from 10% resistance to minus 26. Which is a 25.56 damage increase. But if Citlali's already on the team, it's only 17 instead. Let's compare this to how much worse IANSAN's buff becomes in a Mawika team if you have Bennett versus if you don't. So, how much attack is Mawika gonna have? Base attack is, I think, 350... Is it 359? I think it's 359. Yeah, 359. Let's say Serpent Spine Mawika. Attack percent, flat attack, total attack. IANSAN buff, percent increase. And for now, we'll take a look at C2 IANSAN. So, Mawika ends up getting 30% attack from her own passive, 25% from... Do we look at with Bennett first? For now, we'll look at without Bennett, but assuming you still have Power Resonance. We're just looking at what you get from Bennett's burst and how much worse that makes IANSAN's buff. You get Noblesse. Is there anything else? I don't think so, right? The Serpent Spine doesn't give you any attack. Oh, TDDS on Citlali. Flat attack. With Bennett. IANSAN's buff. At C2. 950 attack. Without Bennett's buff. So if if Bennett wasn't there, IANSAN's buff would be about 43% bigger. If Citlali wasn't there, Shilonen's buff would be about 50% bigger. The thing is, to begin with, Bennett's buff is doing more for you. Or sorry, IANSAN's buff is doing more for you than Shilonen's buff. Because it's just a lot of fucking attack. Well, it's about as much at C2. And so all of this to say, right, because Shilonen gets quote-unquote punished, but the value of her Resred buff gets reduced by Citlali's presence even more than how Bennett's presence reduces the value of IANSAN's attack buff. It makes it so that even if you end up stacking an incredibly high amount of attack on Mawika, IANSAN is still a great teammate for her. More importantly than the fact that it's even better than Shilonen is the fact that IANSAN is not a 5-star. He's going to be a lot easier to get long-term than Shilonen, and also, well, Shilonen is good in a bunch of different teams. So the fact that you have more alternatives to Shilonen is great. It's amazing. On top of that, IANSAN is an alternative to Shilonen that actually works even if you don't have Citlali. When you look at Mawika teams currently, if you don't have Shilonen or Citlali, she's goddamn awful. Like, her numbers are so incredibly unbalanced that you can still clear without them, but like the difference is night and day. If you end up using units like Kachina, because Kachina is just pretty bad. And when you look at Mawika's teams, for people who don't have Shilonen or Citlali, you gotta choose between like having to use Kachina in a melt team, which is really bad, or playing Vape, which is worse, and using Auroron, which is still not ideal. IANSAN gives you more alternatives for people who don't have those two characters, which is really nice. Another nice thing is that while she doesn't represent an upgrade over Bennett, mainly because Mawika's a pyro character, which means that Bennett doesn't just provide his attack buff, he also provides 15% damage if you have his C6, and an additional 25% attack from Pyro Resonance. even if she's not an upgrade over Bennett in the Maoika teams, she's still not that much of a downgrade, which means if your other side wants Bennett, you will now have options that don't feel as bad as using just a third shredder like a VV unit. That being said, though, I think it's worth remembering Bennett's healing is actually a big deal in Maoika teams. Maoika is a character who has infinite resistance to interruption during her burst, which means you don't really notice that you're getting hit if you're getting hit. But a pretty important part of that is because if you do get hit, Bennett just heals it back up. If you've played Maoika at all against the against current 12-2 second side, against the experimental field generator, you'll know this guy fucking hurts, and in order to dodge the attacks, you have to stop your combos. And so generally you just face tank it. IANSAN doesn't give you enough healing to feel comfortable face tanking things like that anymore. So that's going to be something you'll have to keep in the back of your mind. You will be squishier. If you're using her without Bennett. But the very fact that you now have non-Bennett options is obviously a big deal. So first, Maoika. Wow. You still have a shield. See, Lolly's shield is paper thin. It's resistance to interruption for 1 or 2 hits. It's not actually defensive. It's not actually like a shield that prevents incoming damage. But yeah, I've mostly talked about Maoika carry teams so far. IANSAN will be an upgrade to the melt teams. IANSAN will be... She won't necessarily be an upgrade to the non-melt teams. Because she does generate less fighting spirit than Shilonen. Which means if you don't have Citlali, you don't have a third Night Soul Point generator, you will generate less than 200. So the gap between her and Shilonen won't be as favorable for her in the teams that don't have Citlali. But she's still going to be fine. I think the most important, or the most relevant thing here is you have to keep in mind that Citlali in these teams often still uses Cinder City. So you will generally end up using double Cinder City. If you don't have Citlali, you end up using Rosaria. You can put Rosaria on Instructor, which means that the gap between Citlali and Rosaria isn't necessarily as big. And honestly, from what I've seen, from what I expect, Maoika, Bennett, IANSAN, Rosaria seems like it's going to be a team that's honestly not that far behind the current best Maoika teams. Even if you don't have Citlali. Which is nice, obviously. Pretty big deal. Obviously, though, there's going to be some quality of life issues with the fact that IANSAN doesn't front load fighting spirit generation for Maoika the same way Shilonen does, and Rosaria's cryo application is reliant on the enemy being somewhat stationary. It also doesn't last long enough if you don't have her C2, but yeah. Anyways. That's Maoika out of the way. Outside of Maoika, pretty much every other character, when we talk about them, we need to talk about IANSAN's Night Soul consumption. With Maoika, it doesn't matter because Maoika generates an infinite amount, so you're pretty much always going to be full. But for pretty much every other character, even the characters that are slightly positive, we'll still need to talk about it. So I guess next, let's talk about Veresa. So obviously, because Veresa is not out either, I'm a little bit less confident in my thoughts on her, because I haven't done any testing with her yet. So take all of this with a grain of salt. But let's talk about her. For now, we'll use Dory as a placeholder for Veresa, and Sarah, well, no. Sethos as a placeholder for IANSAN. Or the other way around, whatever. Assume that these two are Veresa and IANSAN. Editors. Thank you. Anyways, IANSAN is going to be pretty important in Veresa teams because Veresa's burst. And by the way, if you want to know more about Veresa, check out the pre-release video that I don't know which one I'll post first. I'm recording this one after, but I might end up posting it first because honestly, I'm more excited for IANSAN than I am for Veresa. Anyways, Veresa's burst is good. And IANSAN's particle generation is decent, and electro resonance is good, which means that she will generally be quite a bit better than Bennett in Veresa's teams. Because electro resonance is useful. She generates a lot more energy. 4 electro particles. Alright. 4 electro particles is a little bit over 7 energy if you have 0 ER on your Veresa. 2 pyro particles is 1. It's 6 times more energy from Veresa, or from IANSAN, than from Bennett for your Veresa. And that's without counting the additional particles you'll get from electro resonance. Anyways, all this to say, electro resonance is helping you in the Veresa team about as much as pyro resonance does in a pyro carries team. And in Veresa teams, you're not really going to end up with pyro resonance unless you're playing a Chevaleur's team. And if you're playing a Chevaleur's team, you already have pyro resonance from Chevaleur's plus your off-field pyro, which you need to maintain Chevaleur's shred uptime. So Bennett isn't giving you pyro resonance there either. So Bennett's pretty much never giving you pyro resonance, and Veresa does electro damage, not pyro, so Bennett C6 doesn't buff her damage. And so IANSAN tends to be a pretty big deal in Veresa's teams. Veresa's best 2 teams generally are going to be Chevaleur's teams and Farina Xianyun teams. Both of which are going to really want to use IANSAN. Your Electro Swirl setups with Farina Xianyun will be a bit more difficult with IANSAN than with characters that have proper off-field Electro, because IANSAN doesn't have off-field Electro, and Electro Charge eats into your Electro Aura relatively quickly. What that means is that if you have a really, really, really high ping, the swirl setups might not be doable. But even with, like, 300 ping, it'll still be doable. One thing to remember, though, is that if you end up doing a team like that with Xianyun, Xianyun's E does not apply Animo on the way up. It only applies Animo from the plunge, which means it takes a little bit to apply Animo. And so in those teams, if you want to get a swirl before your Electro Aura has been eaten by the Electro Charge, you should start with a normal attack. Normal attack into E-Plunge, not just E-Plunge. But if you do that, even with pretty high ping, it shouldn't be much of a problem, so just keep that in mind. In Veresa teams, she's pretty important. You'll be able to do non-IANSAN teams, but IANSAN will be better. Pog. Brace of Pog. Alright. Next up, I guess we can talk about all the Natlan carries first. Natlan carries in general, because you consume 4 per second instead of 5 per second on average, already have a bit of a leg up over the competition. And then on top of that, the attack scaling Natlan carries that we have so far are characters with a lot of movement. So first, Chaska, which I mentioned earlier. And man, with Chaska, it's really... Chaska is a Mawika victim, okay? Chaska is a character whose best team by far is Bennett, Mawika, Citlali. And it's just because Mawika's burst is fucking broken if you melt it. And honestly, it's not better than a Bennett, Mawika, Citlali team where you're using IANSAN instead of Chaska. It never will be. That's just kind of what it is, alright? But Chaska is a character who actually has good synergy with Bennett, Mawika, Citlali. Because she's an animal character, so she can use VV. And VV isn't that much worse for her personal damage than Obsidian is. And it's actually better if you don't have... Or if your best weapon for her is Harp. Because it's really, really difficult to get an Obsidian set that doesn't give you way too much crit rate if you get crit rate from your weapon. For me personally, my best Chaska build is on VV, because I'm at like 115% crit rate on my best Obsidian set for her. Anyways, all this to say, Chaska teams right now, the best one by far is Bennett, Mawika, Citlali. But it's difficult for me to be like, well, because this team exists, IANSAN isn't good for Chaska. For now, let's talk about the Chaska teams that don't use Mawika. Because obviously the ones that do use Mawika are fucking Mawika teams. I'd say outside of that, the current best Chaska team is probably some form of combination of Citlali, Farina, Bennett, Xiangling, Ororon. With this specific one having some potential issues against non-freezable enemies, but just because the buffs are good, it works well. And if you're talking about how relevant IANSAN is for teams like this, I would say actually pretty relevant. While using IANSAN as a replacement for any of these slots will not be an upgrade over using the Chaska Mawika teams, from what I've seen, it does look like it's not too far behind using... It looks like using IANSAN instead of Citlali is actually pretty solid. I expect her to be part of a few Chaska teams. I've never been that big of a fan of the Chaska teams that don't run either of these units. If you don't have either of these units, obviously, if you do IANSAN here, you can do something like Xiangling here, but it's like, losing out on those reactions is a bit annoying. You can use Ororon as well, which works, I guess. In terms of how IANSAN compares to Ororon, I'd say that at equal constellations, IANSAN should generally be better. Ororon C6 is pretty good for Chaska, and Ororon has some personal damage. But IANSAN providing a bigger buff to Chaska can also be a pretty big deal. Both of them can end up giving you your Cinder City, but with IANSAN, you will generally get Cinder City on less of your elements. Chaska in a team like this will be doing Pyro, Animo, Electro, and Hydro damage. You can't buff Animo with Cinder City because your Cinder City character cannot trigger Swirl because only Animo character can trigger Swirls unless you're against the Animo Hypostasis. Because enemies can't get Animo as an aura on them. But you can trigger Overload and Electro Charge. You'll always buff Electro, and then you'll sometimes buff Pyro and Hydro. In a team like this, generally, you will reliably get the Hydro buff, but the Pyro buff can be a problem to get. Because Auron has off-field application, if some weird shit happens with your aura, and you end up getting some Pyro from Chaska, you can end up getting the Cinder City proc from that. But generally, you kind of don't. And with the IANSAN, you kind of just don't at all. Technically, you can get it if you have Bennett C6. If you have Bennett C6, you can do IANSAN EQ and then a normal attack. And that normal attack from Bennett C6, well, is Pyro. So it triggers Overload. And that gives you your Cinder City buff. If you do get that, then she is actually a pretty noticeable upgrade over Auron from what I've seen. There's also the fact that Auron tends to be annoying against enemies that move a lot because his burst doesn't have the biggest AoE and enemies tend to just run away from it very, very often. So with IANSAN, that's not an issue you'll have to deal with. You can also consider using IANSAN instead of Bennett, but generally that won't be better than the teams where you use both. In any case, with Chaska, it's going to be solid. Won't be an upgrade to Chaska's best teams because Chaska's best teams are Maoika teams. But that's just a byproduct of Maoika balance being off the rails. It's not really about Chaska. Alright, next carry, Kinich. There's a lot to say about Kinich teams. So let's talk about the characters that you often see in Kinich teams nowadays. You often see Emily, you often see Bennett, you see Maoika, you see Xiangling, Toma, Daya. Some people play Auron. We're not going to talk about Kinich Hyperbloom. Is it one of Kinich's better teams at like standard investment without cons or 5-star weapons? Yes. But is any Kinich main actually going to play Kinich Hyperbloom? No. So for now, we'll disregard that altogether. Yeah, there's PMC as well, sure. Anyways, right now, the best Kinich teams is generally going to be this one, or, I mean, I refuse to talk about this for every single carry, okay? I've said what I needed to say about when I was talking about Chaska. I'm not talking about Bennett Sitlali Maoika anymore. I refuse, okay? So, yes, a lot of carries' best teams from here on is just gonna be Bennett, Maoika, Sitlali, but no more! No more! So, outside of that, Kinich's best team generally right now is this one, but it has a few kind of problems. So, one, Maoika being Pyro means that there's a bit of unreliability in terms of triggering your Scroll of Cinder City. The reason for that is because in order for burning to count as a reaction that you're triggering, you need to apply Pyro to an enemy that has a Dendro aura, but no burning on them. which is trivial on the first rotation, but on the second rotation, well, the only way to end up with an enemy that has Dendro Aura but no Pyro is to stop hitting them and wait fucking 15 seconds. So you need to wait for Emily's E to expire so it stops applying Dendro. Let's actually show it, alright? And let's see how long it takes. Oops.
Let's light it up. Everybody sit back from the sky.
Oops. After the end of our rotation, to stop having the burning aura on the enemy. Oops. So, let's say we finish our rotation with this. Okay? Wait, I'm an idiot. I shouldn't have used... Emily, I forgot Emily Burst refreshes her skill duration. My bad. I'm not gonna bother actually hitting them with Kinich. Like, you get the point. I'll just do this. Okay, so let's see how long it takes for us to lose our aura. This one loses it a bit early because he managed to dodge Emily's stuff for a while. And now, at about 27 seconds on the clock, which was, well, 10 seconds after we finished hitting them. More than 10 seconds. Obviously, in practice, that's not something you ever want to do, which means that you won't trigger Cinder City on the second rotation unless you're on a new wave of enemies. And so against bosses, you generally only have one rotation's worth of Cinder City. If you use IANSAN, that will not be a problem. So, where is the... Because IANSAN herself can remove the burning aura and then trigger Quicken. While enemies are burning, they have underlying Dendro, and you can just overload overload twice, and then apply Electro onto the remaining Dendro, and that triggers Quicken, and it gives you your buff, even on the second rotation. The question is, who is she competing with here? And get ready for some fucking curse knowledge. Right now in this team, what people generally do is Bennett on Noblesse, Emily on Deepwood, Mawika on Cinder City. If you use IANSAN, let's say for now you use IANSAN instead of Bennett. You now have another character that can use Cinder City. So that allows your Mawika to use Obsidian Codex, right? Yes. But it's worse than Reverie on Emily and Deepwood on Mawika. And that makes me angry. Oh, man. Anyways, it is what it is. Boy. Anyways, the question becomes, who's the best character to replace here? And honestly, you can replace any of the three. You don't actually need off-field Pyro. Why not Reverie on Maoika? Because Emily does more damage than Maoika does in these teams. Even if you don't have off-field Pyro, right? If I don't swap the Maoika, we still keep... Oh my god. We still keep full burning uptime. No problem whatsoever, right? As long as we don't have any off-field characters that are triggering different reactions. Because IANSAN, unlike Auroron, doesn't apply off-field Electro. She only applies Electro while she's on field. That means you can do a Kinich team without off-field Pyro when you're using IANSAN as your last slot. In other words, you can replace the second Pyro slot. You don't have to replace Bennett if you want to replace one of the Pyro characters. Honestly, from what I've seen, it seems like all three of these character slots can viably be replaced by IANSAN. Let me just double check. I had no Emily. No Emily. Hans 83. No Bennett. 77. Good. Um, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So from what I've looked at, IANSAN can viably replace any of these three characters on this team. The main thing to keep in mind here is, from what I've seen, it seems like the best version of the team with IANSAN seems like it's going to be this one. The problem with a team like this is, without off-field Pyro, if you're in multi-wave content, you have the opposite problem. Instead of not being able to get rid of burning, like in a team like this, you won't be able to get burning. Once you swap off of Bennett, if there's a new enemy that spawns, you can't apply Pyro to them until Kinich is done. And so while it does seem to be the strongest just numbers-wise, it might have some gameplay issues that people want to avoid. This is likely going to be the most popular one. It's a bit weaker, but one, Emily is a character that is very unpopular. Not a lot of people have her. And this team is still fairly strong. And this team is also going to work. And enable you to use Bennett on your other side if you need it there. As a general rule, compared to this, IANSAN is generally going to be at best a side grade if she's C2. But if she's C6, she will generally be either a minor or decent upgrade. Most importantly, right, when choosing your Kenichi team, considering whether or not you should use IANSAN, this one, highest damage, but potential issues in multi-wave. This one, reasonable all around, and uses, doesn't use Emily, which is a character not a lot of people have. And this one, a bit weaker, but frees up Bennett, and you don't have to deal with circle impact anymore. But on the other hand, you don't have a lot of healing anymore either. So less survivability. You can also think about the Kenichi teams that don't use Mawika as a pyro. So the teams with like Pyro MC, the teams with Dea, stuff like that. And I'd say it's mostly Dea and Toma that people tend to use if they don't have Mawika. In a team like this, because your Pyro character isn't a Natlan one that can use Cinder City, IANSAN is a bit more competitive. Whether it be on the Bennett slot or the Emily slot. But yeah, all in all, she is going to be very nice for Kenichi. Won't necessarily be an upgrade depending on your teams, but will be an upgrade in some of his teams, and will provide him with more options. So also solid. Alright, next carry. Is that it for Natlan carries? There's also Molani, but I don't think I need to explain why the attack buffer isn't good for Molani teams. Yeah, okay. So next we can talk about Klein. Klein is one of the characters that has the most, like, weird synergy with IANSAN. Because, on one hand, Klein is an attack scaler who moves, and who is Electro. On the other hand, her damage doesn't scale that well with attack past, what is it, 3,000? Yeah, past 3,000, because her Ascension 1 passive only gains damage up to 3,000 attack. She is still Night Soul negative, and her burst isn't that big of a deal in a bunch of situations, so the Electro Resonance doesn't matter that much. So, like, she has good synergy with IANSAN in some ways, and bad synergy in others. Mainly when it comes to Chevreuse, or to Chlorine teams, you're only really gonna be considering IANSAN for Chevreuse, because if you're doing like the Quicken Chlorine teams, Fischl, just use Fischl, what are you doing? And IANSAN doesn't really tend to be an upgrade over the Shredders in those teams because they don't have a Citlali that's providing you with 10% or with the 20% res that brings enemies below 0 to begin with, right? And so, in those Chlorine teams, right, it's mainly going to be for Chivalrous teams. And in Chivalrous teams with Chlorine, you generally want to have an off-field Pyro, obviously. And right now, your off-field Pyro options are either an off-field Pyro that doesn't really do much damage, like Toma or like Dea, or if you really hate yourself, fucking Xinyan, I don't know. Or it's going to be Xiangling or Maoika. But both of those have problems. Xiangling, her burst cooldown is 20 seconds. In practice, a little bit more than 20 seconds because the cooldown starts in the middle of the animation, not at the start. Which forces you to do slightly longer rotations. Right, by default, Chlorine is gated behind 16-second rotations from her skill. Having to wait 4 more seconds, if you're doing tight rotations, is a pretty big DPS loss. Just use Guoba. I mean, you can do that, but then that means that every other rotation doesn't have Xiangling's burst for damage, which is also a pretty big deal. And so Xiangling has some anti-synergy with that. And Maoika, well, right now, if you use Maoika in a Chivalrous team like this, you don't have Electro and Pyro characters that work well in Chivalrous teams to provide Maoika with the fighting spirit she needs to burst. So you'll either burst every other rotation, or you'll burst with 100 fighting spirit, which is obviously a lot less damage. And a much smaller buff from her Ascension passive that buffs the active character. And so, if you end up using IANSAN, you now have an Atlan character that works well in a Chivalrous team. Which means that you can use Maoika and use her burst every rotation with a lot of fighting spirit. And so, because of that, the Chlorine teams with IANSAN are looking to be fairly strong. The question is, are they going to be better than the other Chlorine teams we have right now? And honestly, I'm not entirely sure. And the main reason why I'm not sure is because Sarah is such a fucking weird unit. Sarah is a unit who, when played properly, is actually fairly decently strong. But where playing her properly is harsh. On top of that, she also has a 20-second burst cooldown. I'm not sure if the IANSAN teams will be better than the Sarah teams with perfectly played Sarah. But perfectly played Sarah is a fucking myth. Most people in practice will not see particularly good results with Sarah, and will see significantly better results from Fischl. Even though when you look at speedruns with Chlorine, a lot of people end up using Sarah there. Now, IANSAN's burst cooldown is 18 seconds, which does slow down Chivalrous. But Maoika's burst cooldown is also 18 seconds, so if you want to use her burst every rotation, you're already gated to 18-second rotations. And Maoika's kind of broken, so worst case scenario, you'll just spend 2 seconds spinning on Maoika before swapping to Chlorine. To fill out the 2 seconds more you have to wait. On top of that, if you do end up spinning on Maoika, it guarantees that you're full Night Soul when you swap to Chlorine. You'll be at 54 because Maoika's spin generates so much damn Night Soul. Which means you'll be able to spend most, if not all, of Chlorine's uptime above 42. Despite all of that, because Chlorine doesn't synergize with attack buffs as well as other attack scalers, especially once you already have the attack from Chevreuse and Power Resonance, and most likely Noblesse as well, rather than being outright the best option, it will just be one of the things you can do. It's a thing to consider. It's gonna be pretty good, but it won't necessarily be a sizable upgrade over the other options. I guess I should rename this to like upgrade. And then Chlorines, generally more of a side grade, maybe a minor upgrade. That being said, worth mentioning, if you have a high investment Chlorine, whether you just have the best artifacts that anyone has ever seen on Whimsy, or you have like Sig and or some constellations on her, the teams that focus more on Chlorine's personal damage pull ahead, which means that if you don't have the patience to deal with Sarah, it can be a noticeable upgrade over Fischl. Next, Gary. Arlecchino. All right, should we talk about Sethos? No. No, fuck that. I mean, okay, you can use Sethos. Pretty significant downgrade if you replace Fischl. And also if you replace a Shredder. Aggravate teams are just too synergistic with the units they have access to right now. So, just don't bother. On top of that, Sethos doesn't move that much. Walk cancel, Sethos barely moves. Because a perfect walk cancel is fast enough that he isn't moving. Dash cancel, Sethos moves, but it's less damage than walk cancel. And on top of that, and even if you do, like, he doesn't benefit from attack percent as much as other characters because he's a dual scalar attack in EM with a bigger focus on EM. So it's whatever. Arlecchino. So, Arlecchino. I've already talked earlier about how Arlecchino's normal attack tracking being really, really good allows for Arlecchino to move a lot more than other carries that do dash cancels. However, Arlecchino is often played with supports that don't move a lot. So, let's look at a few things, right? First, let's talk about Chevreuse teams. If you're doing something like this with IANSAN. In a team like this, your rotation is going to be something like... first rotation is going to be scuffed, isn't it? Sure, whatever. Arlecchino E. IANSAN EQ. Shovelers E. Fischl E. Or Q. Depending on whether he's on cooldown or not. Into Arlecchino. You're going to want to use IANSAN before Shovelers, because in order to get the attack buff from Shovelers' hold E, you need to trigger Overload before you use it. And in order to do that, you need to apply Electro somehow. But if you apply Electro with Fischl, unless you do a charge attack, it means you're snapshotting her stats before you use IANSAN's attack buff, which is bad. Very bad. Not what you want to do at all. And so you end up using IANSAN earlier. But the thing is, C0 IANSAN, if you use her that early, her buff is going to fall off in the middle of Arlecchino's uptime. On top of that, Shovelers doesn't move, and Fischl on the rotation where you use skill doesn't move either. Which means by the time you swap to Arlecchino, you are already at or below 42 9 soul. And while Arlecchino moves a decent amount, it's not as much as Plungers, it's not actually 9 soul positive, which means your buff is going to be a lot lower. However, that gets pretty much outright fixed by IANSAN's C4, and with IANSAN's C4, you're pretty much vibing in a team like this. By the time you swap to Arlecchino, you're going to be at like 50 instead of 40. And if you're at 50, being slightly negative, you'll still be able to get most of your damage out before your buff falls off. Especially because Arlecchino's damage is front-loaded. And then her C6 also means that her buff will last for the whole Arlecchino duration. Some things that you can do to slightly reduce the sort of issues you can have is... So we're gonna pretend that Dory is IANSAN, right? Alright, so you use your stuff, and then you Shovelers, and then you Fischl burst backwards, and then you charge attack back into them. And then you also add in the backwards dash. And that will help you swap into Arlecchino with above 42. But also, man. Man. Yeah, tiny little scuffed. Tiny, just a little bit scuffed. Yeah. One nice thing about this, though, is if you've ever played the Arlecchino Shovelers teams with Fischl, you may have noticed that sometimes your Oz is hitting like a wet noodle because Fischl snapshots her stats at the start of her skill animation, if you use the skill. When you use burst, it's at the end of the burst animation, so it's fine. But when it's skill, it's at the start. Which means that if you swap into Fischl and instantly use E, you might snapshot your stats before you get the Bennett tick that gives you the attack buff. I think I got it there. Alright. Let me see if I can show it. Alright, so Oz is hitting for 12k, and if I refresh it, it's now hitting for 19k, right? So you can see I didn't get the Bennett buff because I used Oz a bit too early. With the IANSAN, it seems like her attack buff instantly applies to the active character. Which means this is not an issue you'll have. Which is nice. Obviously, pretty big deal. This is something you can work around by just doing a normal attack on Fischl before you E. And because there's a cooldown to swapping, you don't actually lose DPS by doing that, because if you swap into Fischl, use E, and immediately try to swap out, your swap is going to be on cooldown. But it does mean that you're not going to... It's one less thing that you can fuck up, basically, which is nice. Another nice thing of using IANSAN here is Arlecchino's burst is worthless. But Fischl's burst is pretty useful. So getting electro particles instead of pyro is nice. And on top of that, Bennett isn't providing you with a resonance, but IANSAN is giving you electro resonance, which is a lot more particles. And with those additional particles, by default in this team right now, you don't really build the R on Fischl, and you do one rotation with skill and then one rotation with burst, and you alternate between the two like that. With the IANSAN, you're generating pretty much double the electro particles. So you might be able to burst every rotation. But even if you're not able to burst every rotation, a potential annoying thing with a team like this is if you kill the enemy and if you finish the chamber right after using Fischl's burst, you get to the next chamber, you start your first rotation, you use Fischl E, everything's fine. But one Fischl E isn't enough to generate all of your energy. Right? You're reliant on the particles you generate from Oz hitting after your burst just as much as the particles hitting from Oz from the skill. Which means that your second rotation on the next chamber, you're going to notice, oh no, I don't have enough energy on Fischl. With IANSAN on the team, you're always going to have enough energy on Fischl, because she's going to make it really easy to get all the energy you need. All of that being said, in a team like this, with C4 plus IANSAN, it should be a side grade, maybe even an upgrade over Bennett. At C6, it seems like it's going to be a slight upgrade. The biggest downside in a team like this is that by default, this team can do 15-second rotations without a problem. Alright, so if we take a look at the timer, I'll use my E at 59 seconds. Okay, that was... I got fucking staggered like an idiot. But even getting staggered, I can use my next E at like 41. So if I didn't get staggered, I could have used it 1 or 2 seconds earlier, right? So our rotations are when everything goes right, faster than 18 seconds. IANSAN's 18-second burst cooldown is going to lock you into slightly longer rotations. In exchange for that, though, she can actually give slightly bigger buffs than Bennett, because power resonance isn't a factor anymore. All in all, because Arlecchino can't be healed, the defensive utility Bennett provides isn't actually doing anything for her. And the self-pyro application actually makes it so enemies hit you harder. Also, in those Chevaleur's teams, if you overload enemies away, you can knock them outside of Bennett Burst. Because of all of that, I'd say that I would expect IANSAN to be a slight upgrade in Arlecchino's teams. Maybe not an upgrade if you don't end up getting constellations on your IANSAN, but definitely a slight upgrade if you do get them. Outside of that, you can also look at how she performs in non-Chevaleur's Arlecchino teams. Right, yeah. So mainly, the, like, best ones right now tend to be the Citlali Melt teams. In those teams, she is going to be competing for a slot with Shilonen. Because both Shilonen and Citlali, or sorry. So this is what the team is right now. Either that or Sucrose, or a second Cryo. That's what she's competing with. In this team right now, you can use Shilonen on Petra or Instructor. If you were to use IANSAN, you can't do that. So where is IANSAN? Right, my placeholder. If you do a team like this, you'll have a similar issue to Mawika, where if you don't want her on Cinder City because Citlali already is on Cinder City, you can only really put her on Noblesse. But if you put her on Noblesse, what artifact set is left for Bennett? Well, you're probably going to end up using Instructor, but that means that you have to swap into IANSAN before Bennett, and because her buff without C6 is a shorter duration, Rebozo. On top of that, unlike Mawika, Arlecchino is not a Night Soul positive character for IANSAN. Which means the fact that you're swapping into a stationary support before you even swap to, well, honestly, 2 stationary supports before you even swap to your carry, means you are more likely to start your rotation below 42. At least Citlali is an Atlan character, so you get the additional 3 Night Soul points from her Ascension passive. But you will still be starting pretty close to 42, if not below already. I think in practice, most people are just gonna have Bennett on Noblesse and keep IANSAN on Cinder City. In a team like this, you have potential issues from the cooldown, right? In the same way that IANSAN extends your rotation in Chevaleur's teams, she also extends your rotations in Citlali teams. By default, in the Arlecchino Melt teams with Citlali, your longest cooldown is Citlali's skill at 16. Arlecchino's skill is 30 seconds, but you generally do 18 plus attacks on Arlecchino, which reduces her cooldown to 15.6 seconds or lower. In practice, you can do 16-second rotations with this team. If you use IANSAN instead, it extends your rotations. However, it is more damage, which means that the DPS is fairly similar at C5. At C2, it's a little bit behind. The C6 doesn't really do too much for the the damage percent passive, but it does mean that her buff will last longer into Arlecchino's uptime. From what I've seen, if you do IANSAN EQ into Bennett E-Q into Zitlali EQ, if you do your Bennett dash backwards and then you swap to Zitlali, then you swap to Arlecchino, you're still a little far away from the enemy, so you get to charge attack and then dash cancel that. You'll start with like as long as you have the C4 on IANSAN, you'll start with a bit more than like 45, 50-ish. You will end up going below 42, but it will take long enough that you'll still get most of your damage out before your buff not being capped anymore. But because Arlecchino's generation, or Arlecchino's Nightsoul generation on IANSAN is reliant on you doing dash backwards and then going back forward with the normal attack tracking, it means if the enemy moves in the same direction as you, you move less. But also, if you have to dash in a different direction because you need to dodge an attack, that can make you move less. And all in all, there's just a bit more things that can go wrong. So it's a bit harder to play. Another actual relevant thing is if you've played a team like this in the first side of this abyss against the Eremite enemies that are very aggressive right after spawning, you may have noticed that Zitlali does not get interruption resistance while casting her skill. Which means against aggressive enemies, you can end up casting your skill, getting staggered, casting your skill, getting staggered, and repeating that for like 5 seconds before the enemies stop hitting you. The crystallize you get from Shilonen makes that issue disappear because you can't get staggered when you have a shield, no matter how squishy your shield is. The attack that breaks the shield will never stagger you. Unless it's a double hit attack that staggers you on the second hit after the shield is broken, right? And so, unironically, the defensive utility of Shilonen's Crystallize in a team like this is something that you actually feel in this abyss. Because the enemy's first attack, when you do something like this with like, I don't know who I should use. Let's do like fucking Kazo. No, let's do like Sucrose. The enemy's first attack happens pretty much right around the time you swap to Zitlali. I'm mashing E right now. There we go. With Shilonen. And like, this is such a minor thing, but it's still very, very interesting. Right? The attack not breaking, or the crystallized shield is enough to make it so that's not a problem. Which is very funny. But it is a way in which IANSAN may also be a practical downgrade, even if she's a theoretical upgrade. In any case, all in all, IANSAN will be one of the characters you can use in Arlecchino teams. Currently, Arlecchino teams are significantly worse without Bennett than with Bennett. IANSAN is going to help with that a lot. The best Arlecchino teams will likely still use Bennett just along with IANSAN, but there won't be nearly as big of a gap between the Bennett teams and the no Bennett teams if you use IANSAN instead. So upgrade / QOL. Next, we have gumming. Gumming fucking loves IANSAN. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I think Gumming definitely needed another buff, that's for sure. So obviously, Gumming is one of the characters who moves the most. He's like pretty much second only to Mawika in how much he moves. Gumming, or IANSAN provides Gumming with more team options that don't use Bennett, which is obviously great. Because Gumming is a character who has a little bit less control over his movement. The direction you have to go can change depending on Manchai RNG. And if your Manchai jumps to a direction that's outside your Bennett buff, you kind of just hate life. Will it be an upgrade in Gumming teams over Bennett? Not really, but it's actually going to be surprisingly close. But it's also going to be an upgrade in Gumming teams with Bennett. And we might get our very first 4-star only 100k DPS team at KQM standard investment. I haven't double checked that yet, so I'm still not entirely sure. But it's at the very least really, really close to 100k. Gumming, Bennett, IANSAN, Rosaria. Something that's been a bit of a running joke in my chat, and I'm sure a lot of other places lately, is how Mawika's DPS and like Mawika's raw numbers and her DPS and her melt teams being so strong that most of the good carries are closer in DPS to Ayato than they are to Mawika. Which is funny. It's very funny. And it's also slightly sad. With IANSAN's release, almost every carry will be closer to Ayato than Mawika. It looks like at KQM standard investment with min-maxed stuff, the IANSAN Mawika teams will be able to reach upwards of 140k DPS at KQM standard investment. Right now, Neuvillette is generally standing between 90 and 100k in his min-maxed teams with perfect rotations. Yeah, that's C0R0, yeah. Ayato is at like 60-something K. Carries that before how do I say this? Carries that before IANSAN's release have teams above 100k include Lenny, but it's like no shield Lenny with 5 charge attacks, perfect cancels, everything goes well. And it's kind of fake in practice. Arlecchino, but it's a little scam. It's either the fucking N-Tussie teams and Vape, or like Petra Kea Melt teams. Surprisingly, Citlali Arlecchino teams aren't actually necessarily better than Kea. With perfect rotations, because your last slot is gonna be Shilonen in those teams, ideally. You don't really have anyone else before IANSAN, right, that really wants the slot. And if that's the case, then, well, for the same reason why Shilonen is a bit worse when you already have Citlali, Citlali is also a bit worse if you already have Shilonen. Because Arlecchino does rotations shorter than 20 seconds, you only get TTDS every other rotation. And because Arlecchino's damage goes up on the second rotation because of the Bond of Life left over from the first one, that being the rotation where you don't have TTDS is also kind of impactful. All this to say, there's a lot of stuff that goes into why Arlecchino Citlali with like perfect min-max gameplay and like in Sims isn't necessarily better than Arlecchino Kea. But that includes Kea being on Petra and picking up the Shilonen crystal, which is kind of fake. In practice, he's not really better. But that also means that in practice, there aren't really Arlecchino teams above 100k. With the IANSAN, that might change. Is there any other character? I'm gonna double check on the GC Sim database, see if there's anything. I think Gaming might have some. I mean, Gaming definitely has some with Citlali. I don't know if he does with Farina. I know he has some that are really close, but I don't know if they actually do reach 100k. Sorry, chat. It won't take too long. Okay, yeah. So Sim Scam Gaming with 9 plunges. Really, really tight input is a bit over 100k. With Farina, Gaming Citlali is comfortably over 100k. SimScam Arlecchino Overload is at 100k, but it's important to realize that GC Sim generally does, like, how many rotations do they do? Like over 100 seconds of combat simulated. And because Arlecchino's damage goes up with every rotation she does because of whatever leftover Bond of Life, she'll have more bond. She'll start with more Bond of Life than the last rotation every time she does a new rotation. That means that Arlecchino in practice is not actually there, even if you play perfectly, because chambers don't last that long. Yeah, then they're... And that's it for teams that are at or above 100k without IANSAN on the GCSIM database. The GCSIM database hasn't added Mawika and Citlali yet. There might be some more Linny, like frame perfect or like really tight rotations with Citlali this time that reach 100k. And then the overload teams with Mawika get somewhat close. The Veresa teams have been calced to be around there at when you're using her with IANSAN, with C6 Shovelers, with Mawika. And then there might be some IANSAN teams I haven't looked at that get close to that. But like, again, right, as a reminder, Mawika, Bennett, IANSAN, Citlali, 140k. Pretty much every character in the game, just in terms of raw DPS, is somewhere between, or is closer to Ayato than Mawika. And there's a few characters that are close to the middle. And the only one that's actually closer to Mawika by a noticeable amount is Gaming. But Gaming has a lot of gameplay issues that Mawika doesn't have. Anyways, Gaming, just in terms of damage, very strong character, especially with Citlali's release, and IANSAN seems like she's going to be an upgrade to her teams, or to his teams. Unlike Mawika, using IANSAN instead of Shilonen doesn't fuck your energy, right? Like I said when I was talking about Mawika, one of the nice upsides of Shilonen as a quality of life option for Mawika is that if you kill the enemy with your burst, you can start your next rotation or your next chamber. You use Shilonen's E, and that's enough to be able to use Mawika burst. Gaming's burst is not fighting spirit, it's energy, which means that Shilonen doesn't allow him to do that, so he already had energy issues, and he still has energy issues, but they're not worse with IANSAN than they are with Shilonen. They generate pretty much the same amount of energy each. All in all, though, IANSAN is really nice for Gaming teams, and 4-star only Gaming teams are like, I mean, fuck, like I said, right? Most teams are closer to Ayato than they are to Mawika. 4-star only Gaming is going to be halfway. 4-star only Gaming, in terms of raw DPS, is competing with the best teams of the other strongest characters in the meta. Which is obviously fucking sick. But obviously, Gaming has 70 fucking thousand gameplay issues that prevent him from feeling as good as he can be. Also, as a reminder, right? Right now, I'm looking at IANSAN C6, right? Non-C6 IANSAN, generally not really much of an upgrade At C2, she's like in Chaska and Kenichi teams. At C2, she's like a side grade. In Veresa teams at C2, she's probably still better than the alternatives, but not by as much. In Maoika teams, she's about a side grade, but her lower quality of life makes her a practical downgrade. Gaming teams should be about a side grade. And then in the characters where she's a side grade at C6, she's going to be a downgrade before or below that. But even when she's a downgrade, it's still more team options, which is nice, obviously. Anyways. Next carry. Navia. Right now, Navia is generally mainly played either with Farina or Bennett. Most Navia teams include Navia, a Geo unit, and then Bennett plus off-field applicator / damage dealer. It's like Bennett Chanling, Bennett Farina, technically. Bennett fucking Sing So Yalan, whatever. Bennett, Fischl, some people play. Or, instead of Bennett, Farina, and then you do like double Hydro with Yalan, for example. But if you do that, then it means your Geo has to be a healer, right? So Shilonen. Some people also do like Farina Xianyun. That also can work. If you want to consider using IANSAN, you gotta realize the biggest issue, which is IANSAN cannot trigger Crystallize. If you can't trigger Crystallize, you can't Cinder City, Geo, and Electro, which significantly reduces the amount of value she can provide to Geo and Animo carries, right? Because she also can't trigger Swirl. That being said, even without Cinder City, she can still be solid. Or with Cinder City if you were only buffing something like your Farina, I guess. She can still be a viable option. But it doesn't seem like she's going to be an upgrade. It's looking more like a side grade type thing. Side grade or downgrade. Overall, it'll be fine. It'll be one more option for you. But obviously, Navia has a similar issue to Arlecchino, where you may end up wanting to swap into your supports after. IANSAN, and even if you don't, Navia doesn't generate that much Night Soul for IANSAN, so you kind of aren't too happy with that. And she won't average that much. Next up, Risley. And Risley is probably the first example of a character where the Night Soul generation is a real problem. Right now, Risley is mostly played in melt teams. We'll use Fungun as a placeholder for Risley here. Risley is a character who's pretty versatile in his team building, but people who like Risley and pull for Risley are generally people who want to see him shine, and his personal damage will be the highest in the melt teams, so that's generally where people play him, because people who would play him in the Hyper Bloom won't pull for him to begin with. And those teams right now are mainly Bennett, Shilonen or Farina, and Chanling or Maoika. If you want to play IANSAN, obviously, it won't be a mel team anymore if you replace the last slot. And so the slots you're potentially considering replacing are the Shilonen or Farina slot and the Bennett slot. If you replace the Bennett slot, you lose Power Resonance, which is pretty relevant. You can't play Farina anymore because you don't have healing, but it has to be Shilonen. In a team like this, it'll be fine. But the biggest problem you'll run into is, one, well, you already have someone that can be used on scroll. So, less of an upside to have IANSAN on the team. And you're losing Power Resonance. And Xiangling doesn't move during her animations. So by the time you swap to Risley, you're already close to 40. And Risley barely moves at all. Which means you will average a pretty low buff. At least, Xiangling will snapshot the full buff. But, yeah. Similar thing with this. If instead the slot you consider replacing is the Shilonen slot, you still have the problem of low Night Soul. But Shilonen, obviously, in this team you don't have any shred, so Shilonen is doing a bit more than she is in those Mawika teams with Siglali. And if you were to use Farina instead, you'd also have more damage from Farina herself. And Farina's already providing a pretty sizable buff. All in all, it'll be one of your options for sure. But the fact that I'm expecting your Night Soul to average pretty damn low in Risley teams is gonna be the deciding factor for why she's generally gonna be noticeably worse than your other options. That being said, though, if you don't have Shilonen or Farina for this slot, it'll still be fine, right? It'll still be completely fine. So, fine option. It's something you can consider if you don't have the other units you want to put here, or if you just want to use them on your other side. For example, you want to play Neuvillette here. But it doesn't seem like an upgrade from what I've seen. Next, Gary. We don't need to talk about Neuvillette. Actually, we do need to talk about Neuvillette. It's not even that bad on Neuvillette. I hate this. I hate it so much. So, Neuvillette is a character who does not have access to good buffs. I've already explained why running multiple sources of shred is not necessarily ideal, but Neuvillette's best teams run multiple sources of shred because he just doesn't have access to other buffs. The only buffs he has access to are res shred, because nothing buffs fucking HP. Right? And because of that, and because of the fact that he can move a decent amount while charging it, while doing his charge attack, if you just like move around a little, means that if you have C6 IANSAN, you'll get Cinder City from her, and you'll get a little bit of damage percent from her C6. It won't really be better than using a character like Auron, but it probably won't be that much worse. Such a... and I hate it. I hate it with a passion, but it is what it is. Yeah, aware. Just... But for my sanity and yours, dump. I'm not even gonna bother writing him down. Okay, for a minute, and I guess I'll talk about Erla here as well. Cinder City doesn't buff physical damage, so rip Bozo. On top of that, these physical carries barely move, so you won't be able to get a particularly big attack buff. Erla specifically has backloaded damage, which means a lot of your damage happens at the lowest point of your attack buff from IANSAN. It's just pretty bad. It is a bit unfortunate, but it is what it is. Like, yeah, you get superconduct, but like, you'd rather just use a different electro unit that isn't completely worthless in these teams. Linny. I don't really know what to think about Linny. I've thought about this a little bit, and I was thinking about doing Linny teams with Bennett Chevreuse, IANSAN. The idea being you do your setup, you go to Linny, you do like 2 charge attacks, and then you go back to IANSAN and you use her charge attack to trigger another overload. To refresh your Chevreuse. Your Chevreuse res shred. And I can see that being pretty good. But it's also probably not something anyone's gonna want to put themselves through. Outside of some fucking psychopath behavior like that. Bennett is really good in Linny teams, so you don't really want to ditch the Bennett. So it's more about like your 3rd or 4th slot. And IANSAN should be fine. But you generally really like having some defensive utility. If your defensive utility is Citlali, IANSAN makes it a lot harder to get a melt reaction on Citlali to buff Linny with Cinder City. It should be, but I guess IANSAN herself is going to use Cinder City, so it's fine. I don't know, man. I'm like, Linny moves a fairly small amount. Also, it'll probably be viable, but I don't think it'll be Linny's best teams. It'll be fine. Alright. Good one, buddy. Alhaitham. I know a lot of people were wondering about Alhaitham. And it's actually pretty interesting. So, right now, Quicken Alhaitham is not great because the electro units that are good for aggravate are not good for spread. The best electro unit by far in aggravate teams is Fischl, and what makes her good is how powerful her Ascension 4 is. The thing is, Fischl's Ascension 4, right? It doesn't have ICD. It procs every time you trigger an electro reaction, and every time it procs, it'll aggravate and deal its damage. But spread is not an electro reaction. Spread is a reaction between Dendro and Quicken. And in a team where you're on-fielding a Dendro unit, your Dendro application will generally be faster than your electro application, which will lead to a situation where you have a Quicken aura and an underlying Dendro aura, and when your electro units hit, they'll trigger aggravate and Quicken. When your Dendro units hit, they'll only trigger spread. And because they're not triggering Quicken, and obviously not Aggravate because they're Dendro, Fischl's Ascension 4 doesn't proc, because it only procs from the active character triggering a reaction. Because of that, Fischl's a lot worse in spread teams than she is in Aggravate teams. If you look at some GCSM stuff of Fischl with Nahida, and you look at her personal damage in her teams, right? We're gonna skip past the whale bullshit. Okay. So, in a Sethos team, for example, Fischl's personal damage, around 30k DPS. 31k.
Wait. Whatever.
In the most min-maxed rotation bullshit with with double Electro on a Quicken team with Alhaitham. The fuck is that, dude? That 18k. Pretty close to half. Right? A bit more than half, but pretty damn close to half.
Wait. No.
Bro. What that means is that, obviously, right, you are the Electro slots in Quicken team for Alhaitham is a lot less contested than in Quicken teams with Electro carries. Because obviously those Electro carries are gonna want to use Fischl, but Alhaitham, while he can use Fischl, and technically the best Quicken Alhaitham teams do, he's a lot less reliant on her.
Wait.
She's good, but not great in those teams.
Whatever.
And because of that, you have a little bit more of an excuse to consider different Electro units. Now, all that being said, Alhaitham is a dual scaler with better scaling on EM than attack, which obviously means that with the IANSAN, you're not getting the full value out of her. On top of that, he doesn't move very much, so you'll average relatively low. You'll average relatively low Night Soul on your IANSAN. Despite all that, Cinder City's really good. And if you end up using Fischl, you can snapshot that attack buff on her before you start losing any. Which means that I actually expect the Alhaitham teams to function with her. It won't be better than the Quick Bloom and Hyper Bloom Alhaitham teams, but it will at the very least provide him with some alternatives for his Quicken teams. Just because the competition is very, very tame, not fierce at all, for Electro slots in Alhaitham Quicker teams. I mean, fuck, for Yai to be competitive there, the competition needs to be real fucking tame. Sorry, this is your monthly Yai slander. So, next carry, Wanderer. Wanderer is gonna have the same problem as Navia, which is that he is Animo, which is a reaction IANSAN can't buff with Cinder City. He moves a bit more than Navia, but Navia's damage is more front-loaded. So in terms of average buff you'll get, it should probably be pretty similar, if not worse. Overall, it'll be okay, but it probably won't be an upgrade. Something to consider if you don't have Farina, you don't want to use Bennett, but probably won't be better. And yeah, I don't know if I don't know if we should talk about how Wanderer's best team is Shilonen double Hydro. We probably shouldn't. VV5 Wanderer is probably something that should be kept inside of Pandora's box. Let's put a lock on it and never open it. I think that's probably what we should do here. Anyways. Nahida teams and just Dendro reaction teams in general are not gonna want IANSAN. IANSAN doesn't have off-field Electro. And she only buffs the on-field character. So you can't even do some like weird on-field IANSAN as an attack buffer for your like the rest of your team, because the only character she'll buff is herself, and that won't like ugh. Yeah. So not even really worth thinking about here. Sino teams gonna be, I mean, it's gonna be pretty much the same thing for all the electro carries. She is going to be potentially competitive in the Chivalrous teams because of Mawika. Because Mawika is very powerful, and having a second Natlan character makes Mawika much better because of the fighting spirit. And she will generally be a downgrade in the Dendro teams for these electro carries because Official is too good, and she doesn't quite compete with the Shredders. And then on top of that, Sino doesn't move that much. So Sino, Dory carry teams are still just gonna be Dory Farina, no place for IANSAN there. Tichnari is a little bit similar to Al-Hytham, but I expect it to be a bit worse with Tichnari than with Al-Hytham, mainly because Tichnari's lower field time requirements give him better synergy with the shitty electro options that you can use, and you end up playing more quick swappy with like Sethos or Yai. It'll be a potential option you can think about as a second Electro if you want, but probably a bit worse than with Al-Hytham. So probably more in the territory. Ayato. So here we have an Ayato problem, which is in Ayato teams, it's almost always better to buff your support's damage than it is to buff Ayato's damage. The attack buff from IANSAN is only to the active character, which means it isn't buffing your like Farina or your Singto. So it's a bit of a yikes. Now it can buff Fischl, which is very nice. So it might be a consideration in the Taser teams, but she's not a healer, which means it's only going to be a consideration in the Taser teams that don't use Farina. You can do something like Ayato, Fischl, IANSAN Bennett, or IANSAN VV. That'll work. Will it be better than the Dendro Ayato teams? Probably not. But will it be competitive with the other non-Dendro Ayato teams? Yeah, sure. So I'll go with okay. Yai, pretty much the same as every other Electro carry. Maybe a bit worse. I'd say that right now, if you're looking at Yai teams, the only team where I feel like the Yai is actually pulling her weight is Chevaleur's teams. Like she's good in some Al-Hytham teams, but it really feels like she's only there because no one's great and she's fine. In the Chevaleur's teams, it actually like feels pretty good to play. The biggest problem with that is I don't know if replacing Fischl is going to be worth it. I don't know if the damage you gain from snapshotting the attack buff onto Xiangling and having some of Yai's damage buffed by that attack buff as well. I don't know if that is more than what you lose from not having Fischl. It might not be. But at the very least, it will be an option. It'll be fine at worst. Ito teams. It's very I don't feel very strongly about her and Ito teams. She obviously doesn't have very good synergy with Ito because she can't Cinder City Geo, and Ito gets a lot of attack from his defense conversion. But also, Ito doesn't have a good last slot in the Shilon and Farina teams. Right now, people use Yelan most of the time, and like, it works, but ugh. It'll be an option, I guess, but it should be worse than the double hydro stuff. Not much to say about Kokomi. Doesn't kill very well with attack. Raiden. So I've already talked about how with Raiden, you're kind of cooked if you don't have C4 because you're going to fall below 42 before your burst hits. That is still very much a tragedy. On top of that, the main teams where you play Raiden carry right now are Chevaleur's teams. If you're playing Chevaleur's teams with the IANSAN, it's most likely because you really want to get some fighting spirit generated from Maoika. Maoika is a character whose burst costs fighting spirit and not energy, which means that Raiden's burst will hit a lot less because you're gaining less resolve. It is certainly unfortunate, I guess. It's something you can consider. Honestly, it might end up being better just because Maoika's better than Raiden. And sacrificing some of Raiden's damage to enable Maoika to be better in that team is probably worth it. You could also consider... I know there's some people that play Bennett Chevreurs with Raiden, where they use Bennett's C6 to do a Pyro-infused normal attack before Raiden's burst, and get the shred that way. If you do that, you can consider IANSAN as the last slot. It'll be fine. I don't think it'll be better than Sarah. It'll probably be better than non-C6 Sarah at the very least, though. So, for people who don't have Sarah. and who don't have C6 Sarah and want to play Raiden, that's something to consider. Yoimiya doesn't move enough. Likes Power Resonance. But as a last slot, you can consider IANSAN. The biggest issue with it is that when you're playing Yoimiya with like Yelan or with like Arena, because Yoimiya is not a particularly good unit, a pretty significant portion of your team DPS is coming from that Yelan or that Farina. And Shilonen buffs those units' damage a lot more than IANSAN does, because they don't benefit from the attack buff. But it is going to be one of the options you can consider, at the very least. Which is a common factor for a lot of characters, right? There's not that many characters where IANSAN like outright can't be used. Almost every attack scaler, you can consider using IANSAN with them, at the very least. Ayaka, I mean, the biggest issue with Ayaka is that it's hard to figure out which slot you use IANSAN in, right? If you're playing a freeze Ayaka team, you really want a second cryo because cryo resonance is good, and Ayaka's ER requirements, if she's solo cryo, are pretty damn high. You really want a Hydro unit because Ayaka's burst is completely worthless if the enemy's not frozen, because it has too much stagger, so it staggers the enemies out like too far, so that the next like 2 hits of the burst don't hit while the burst is moving forward towards them again. So you miss like half or more of your damage if you use Ayaka's burst against a freezable non-frozen enemy, unless it's like a Rune Guard. So you really want a Hydro unit in there. And then, very often, you benefit quite a bit from having a grouper. If you're playing against bosses, though, it's a bit more of a consideration. Some people use Bennett in Ayaka teams when they play Ayaka against bosses. And then it's generally the Hydro slot that you end up reconsidering. It should be fairly solid, honestly, as a consideration for that slot. But the problem is that those teams are not particularly good against bosses, especially when you compare them to more recent teams. Ayaka teams that are like focused on that don't have reason, that are focused just on damage, don't pass the Hyper Bloom check. Which is, does that team at like reasonably good investment compete with Hyper Bloom in any way, shape, or form? No? Yeah. How many constellations do you need for it to be better than Hyper Bloom? If the answer is more than like 2, it's cooked. It's a little cooked for sure. But yeah, anyways, it'll be fine in the content where you don't freeze, but it's not really what you're looking for. We already talked about earlier when we talked about Fermine. Hu Tao, you don't really want to use IANSAN with Hu Tao. You use Bennett and Hu Tao teams mainly because you like having a Pyro unit to let you VV, because Hu Tao herself can't apply Pyro before she starts her rotation, before she starts her uptime, without using her cooldowns. Or because Bennett is a healer that also gives you a little something. making him a competitive option with Farina. IANSAN is not a real healer. Which means she doesn't have that upside, and so she is not going to be very good for Hu Tao teams.
Toodaloo.
Child. Honestly, when it comes to child teams like this, I'm not entirely sure which... Like, you don't really want to replace Bennett, because Bennett is doing too much in those teams for Shelling's energy requirements and with the Pyro Resonance. So IANSAN is more so competing with the Animo slot in International. Honestly, it's probably fine. You'll be able to get Cinder City on both elements if you have Bennett C6. Because the setups that allow you to double swirl. It means you swap into Kazuha when you have Hydro. So if you have IANSAN instead, do the same setup. They have Hydro, you get an Electro Charge from your E, and then you apply Electro from your plunge or from your like special charge attack or your burst, and then you N1 with Bennett C6, and that triggers Overload. You get buffs on both. And you'll be able to snapshot the full buff onto Shanling. Will it be better than Kazuha? Just in terms of damage, it probably won't be that far behind. And the setups will be easier to do because if you miss your Cinder City, it's not nearly as bad as if you miss your Swirl. But those are teams that are often played in AoE content because of their ability to do AoE damage. And so losing the grouping is likely going to be a big downside. At least it'll be fine, though. It's a consideration, for sure. Or like, okay. And for clarification, okay is like a neutral statement. Fine is like, we're starting to get into cope. Like, everything is fine, surely. Fine is like worse. Klee!
Totoko? Totoko, where are you?
Meh, it'll be fine, but no more. You really want Bennett? She really likes being able to be paired with Farina, so she can use Magical Say. If you are pairing her with Farina, can't really get rid of Bennett. Your last slot, often Kazuha. Kazuha has great synergy with Klee. He helps the bombs group up. Nice. I don't play much Klee, but when I talk to people who do play Klee, they tend to almost always play her with Kazuha. So I'll trust them on that. And with that in mind, it's probably hard to justify playing IANSAN in the teams. And yeah, that's honestly pretty much it. As you can see, we've got a bunch of teams. A lot of teams with IANSAN. The most important ones are going to be Gaming, Varesa, Moika. But IANSAN will still be, at the very least, an upgrade, if not a competitive option / side grade for a lot of the strong meta units, right? For Chaska, Kinich, Clorind, Arlecchino. But you may have noticed that she doesn't have as good synergy with a lot of the characters that were released towards the start of Fontaine or before, because those characters tend to move a lot less. Or have some other form of anti-synergy. So, now that we've got the teams out of the way, we can talk about my thoughts on her, like, design-wise and balance-wise. I don't know how to feel about all of this. I don't like power creep. I think most people don't like power creep. If there is going to be power creep, which, I mean, realistically, it's a gacha game. You kind of have to expect that they'll power creep stuff at some point. I prefer slow power creep to fast power creep. IANSAN's release coming out so soon after Mawika and significantly improving Mawika's ceiling worries me. But if there's going to be power creep, I'd much rather it be done through 4-star units than 5-star units. The release of good 4-stars is nice. The more good 4-stars there are in the pool, the more options you have on a new account when you pull for a character and you get an off-banner 4-star. Oh, wait, I haven't mentioned Chow. Fuck. It'll be okay with Chow because he moves a lot, so he'll get good stacks on it. But she's not a healer, so she doesn't enable Farina by herself, and she can't get an Electro Swirl, so she doesn't enable Cinder City. Anyways. Wait, did I also forget Ganyu? Fucking hell. Meld Ganyu is most often played with 2 Pyro units, including Bennett. So losing out on that Pyro Resonance obviously makes it a bit harder to justify her in the slot. Some people play Burn Meld with no off-field Pyro, but most people tend to find that too much of a pain in the ass to really consider. It will not really be an upgrade, but it might not be too far behind if you have C6. It's probably one of the better ones for this. It's like on the upper side of okay. Okay with an exclamation mark. But that's assuming you do some dash cancels on Ganyu, which a lot of people don't bother with. Anyways, what was I saying? I'd rather the power creep be done through the 4-stars, if anything. Oh yeah, I haven't talked about Diluc. I said I would. Fuck. Diluc's skill and burst are complete garbage. The only thing that Diluc has going for him is a high plunge multiplier. The thing is, Diluc's burst is really, really bad. And so you don't want to be forced to use his burst as the way to get your Pyro infusion. Effectively, he doesn't have a Pyro infusion in his kit. which means he's relying on Bennett C6 in these plunge teams. And then he's also reliant on Xian Yun, because otherwise you're not jumping. And then he wants a character that enables a reaction, and just like that, your team is full. IANSAN can't go here, unfortunately. Anyways, so I'd rather the Parker be on the 4 stars at the very least. So I'm happier seeing a character like IANSAN coming as a 4 star than I would be if she were a 5 star. I do like that she is going to make a lot of characters less reliant on Bennett. Even for the characters where she's not an upgrade over Bennett. Bennett is really fucking good. And so a lot of people end up playing different carries that all want Bennett. Being able to replace Bennett at a slight loss of DPS is going to enable you to play 2 carries that want Bennett at the same time, which is really nice. I do think that she is significantly worse than Bennett overall. I think it's very telling that the teams she improves the most are teams where you're already using Bennett and you're just using both now. I think the biggest factor as to why I consider Bennett significantly better, not just slightly better, is because of Bennett's healing. I think a lot of people are seeing IANSAN like pre-release calcs and setting themselves up for massive disappointment when they start playing IANSAN and realize, oh my god, this team doesn't have a healer. Oh my god, this team doesn't have a healer. Oh my god, none of my teams have a healer anymore. I think that's definitely something that people are gonna fucking experience when she comes out and really realize how much Bennett's healing is doing for them. What else is there? Yeah, I also don't know how to feel about the fact that the teams that benefit the most from IANSAN outside of Varese are the 2 characters with the highest damage right now. Like, what do you mean? The characters that see the biggest upgrades from IANSAN are Maoika and Gaming. Like, they didn't fucking need those buffs. Right? Like, they did not need it. Especially Maoika. I don't know, man. It's a bit frustrating. I don't know if it's a bad sign for the future of this game, or if the fact that she's a 4 star is a good sign for the future of 4 star units. I also think that her release is gonna really cement just how powerful Citlali is in a lot of people's minds. I remember I got a lot of resistance when I said that I consider Citlali to be a very, very strong unit. Arguably better than Karina and maybe Shilonan as well. I just think that it's inherently so stupid to have archetype-specific characters with a bit of shred in their kit. Because not only are they going to be very good in the archetype to begin with, but it also is going to make resistance shredders a lot less impactful. It's something I've mentioned quite a few times in this video when I was talking about IANSAN versus Shilonen in melt teams. But honestly, I really expect future archetype-specific supports like Citlali to all have a res shred in their kit. Which is part of why I'm like not entirely sure how to feel about Shilonen. Res shredders are best when archetypes don't have access to other forms of shred. But if Citlali is an example of how they're going to handle archetype-specific supports in the future, then that means that they're planning on releasing a bunch of... Or that means that every archetype that gets an archetype-specific support in the future is going to phase Shilonen out of that archetype's best team slowly but surely. Shilonen is a unit that is very versatile, but the actual amount that she provides isn't actually that big. But yeah, and IANSAN is the first step of that, right? Which is we're finally getting actual powerful last slot options in the melt teams. And I expect that to happen for a lot of archetypes moving forward. We've had leaks, I don't know how fucking sus they are, of there being a freeze chevreuse coming out in the future. I don't know how to feel about that. I saw like the leaks on that, and I was like, this kit makes too much sense to be a Hoyo character. So I don't know how to feel about that. It might very well be complete bullshit. But if it isn't, then that's another archetype where Shilonen won't really be that great anymore. All that being said, though, that doesn't mean Shilonen's bad right now. Far from it. She's a pretty good unit. But this video is not about Shilonen or Citlali, so that's enough of that. I'm looking forward to IANSAN. The fact that she is going to be a competitive option for so many characters' teams means that the testing with IANSAN is going to take a long time, which is a lot more content. You love to see it. I'm looking forward to her release quite a bit, mainly because of that. I'm not really looking forward to how it's gonna affect Mawika teams, but I actually am quite excited to test some of the like Knight stuff, some of the Clarine teams as well. I'm looking forward to that. In any case, though, because it's pre-release stuff, it's still very much subject to change. So if you want to make sure that there hasn't been any major changes between this video's recording and the release, I will be streaming the patch drop as soon as it happens, live on Twitch, twitch.tv/Zajef77. So you can come check that out if you want. I'll also be recording a first impressions video that I'll try to post as soon as possible after the patch. And I will also be recording a post-release analysis on both IANSAN and Varesa. So subscribe if you want to make sure that you don't miss those videos. If there's any sort of changes between current beta version and live, I will let you know in those. And yeah, that pretty much does it. Hope you enjoyed, hope you learned a thing or two, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube. Oh! Ciao, we're done. Fucking hell. I'll let the editors know. How long was that recording, by the way? Recorded, IANSAN, pre-release. It's a fucking big one. Four hours-ish? Man. Anyways, chat. I think that's gonna be it for today. I hope you all enjoyed. Surely the editor is getting paid more. Editors get paid based on video revenue. So if you want the editor to get paid more, watch the video more times. True. Ray Deeks. Oh, is he still on the same team? Oh, man. Oh, man. I mean, I'm down. Everyone go say hi. He's still doing his Iron Man challenge. Say, I believe, smile.